escape, we went to the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans. We from Puerto Rico, and Bali from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians. Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Good point. To gather our wives and children and sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer. Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Oh, Manasseh, the Cubans. Yeah, from Puerto Rico, Nepali, from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians. Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. One more song. I hear Jacob crying. Why here I can hear him crying. When you gonna rise, call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise, let's hear your roar. When you gonna He can hear you calling. He can see our cries. He can hear your cries, Jacob. He can hear you calling. I feel Jacob rising. Can you see? I can see him rising. That's right, Jacob. Jacob, dry your eyes and call on the Lord. You're the chosen people of the Almighty. Mighty Jacob, rise, and you will be restored. Troubles are brewing. You need to stop what you're doing. Because the promises, they're waiting. That's right. I can hear you crying, him crying, Lord. Jacob, dry your eyes and call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob, rise, and you will be restored. Oh. Jacob, just stop what you're doing. Stop it, Jacob. Oh, oh. Because the promise is waiting. Oh, Jacob. So call on the Lord, and He will hear voice. Oh, Jacob, let us hear it. Oh no, let's hear that roar. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Oh, ooh. Jacob, come and call on the Lord. That's right, Jacob. It's our time. It's our time. We have an impromptu broadcast for you today, brothers and sisters. I'm glad you were able to join us. Following what's about to happen after this end times selection. I mean, I couldn't have found a better drawing or a better way to begin this lesson. The Most High's calling back Israel, and I hear Jacob crying. So it's laughing and crying at the same time. And you understand, it's the celebration of the rise of Israel, but we'll need to go through trouble to get through these times. We're going to have to stick together. And as you can see, I found a cartoon on the screen that I thought was poignant for this particular broadcast, with Trump holding a sign for, his second term. And he's winning, by the way. Our best days are still ahead. That's making America great again. And you have Biden with the sign, that end time sign you see people in these movies wearing. The end is near. I've been checking this out, folks. We are close. We are close. But you know what? It's time to jump in. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw, the Gathering of Christ Church, live with Elder Lawyer for our, what you would call, so-called Selection Day Special. Now, where are we going at here? Because as you seen our broadcast last week, our votes are for Christ. And I think it's a direct conflict of interest. If in fact there's a separation between church and state, that believers, it's a conflict if believers feel they have a dog in this fight. You can't be convenient at your convenience and claim that there's a separation between church and state when it comes time that we point out that our traditions and our values are getting eroded. But then make it convenient for to campaign amongst religious or righteous people or people of Christian persuasion during a time of an election. But I digress. I don't have a dog in this fight because we understand prophecy, but it's about time we have a discussion on how these elections have always impacted our people. Our broadcast this evening, the title, The End Times Selection. What does this election mean for you? What does it mean for you? I mean, this has been a deep, deep year in prophecy, folks. From the time they pulled the trigger in March with this scamdemic
and when they began to put people down on ventilators, scaring the whole earth because, you can easily control the earth through fear. Subsequent to that, people didn't know left from right, didn't know what to do, couldn't go to work, didn't know whether or not this thing was real, was afraid to gather, was afraid to hug their own loved ones, for those who didn't know any better. At the same time, our people getting put down on ventilators. Only to find out a few months later that it wasn't as grave as they were reporting, but yet businesses were affected. The economy was getting purposely destroyed. People losing their jobs. And soon as the people in the earth, especially in America, begin to lose confidence, you receive the check. Boy, did they quiet the hood for a while. Just enough to keep us still for where we are right now. And from a cold being the worst thing that have ever happened in the earth, because obviously it's a cold, what happens next? Out of nowhere, when soon as we were beginning to discuss something is eerily strange about this so-called COVID campaign, boom, George Floyd. Boom. Now there's a political discussion on either side during an election cycle concerning racial issues between police and a black man, as if anyone ever cared about a black man getting killed in America. The same place where our people were hung. All from nooses all throughout the South. So all of a sudden you're going to care about one black man. No, they triggered the society to divide the people. Christ taught us that a nation divided against itself cannot stand. So now that white people be looking at black as enemies, black would be looking at white as enemies. This was Satan's plan, and it worked with perfection. People started to go outside and realize that there was no boogeyman type of disease lurking behind a tree. So they began to ramp things up and talk, and it went from deaths to what? You got it. Cases. Now we're hearing they're ramping up the cases again. And then it became a political discussion between Trump and Biden. It's his fault that the economy is destroyed. It's his fault that the economy is destroyed. Oh, he could have did this and the disease wouldn't have spread. All these political talking points. Why? What? They're stirring unrest, people losing jobs, Black Lives Matter, anarchist opportunists is destroying all that what's left in their wake, paid by George Soros. And here we are on so-called election night. Now, I need Elder Lawyer. I'm going to bring you in a second, but this is what we need to know. What does this election mean to you? Because for some reason, it seemed like the people, when I talk to people in the hood, in our neighborhoods, I see a lot of black people specifically, but it could be others, taking this election personal, as if they have a personal stake in this, as if they have a personal responsibility to actually go out and do something that could make a change. I'm like, are we're wounded up like just useless? I hate to use these words and be condescending, but it seems like every 4 years we are wound up like useless idiots without seeing that our people are between the crosshairs and has always been between the crosshairs, regardless of who's in office. So the answer is for us to come back to the Most High, cast our vote for Christ and come back to the Almighty. But a lot of us are politically caught up. Oh my God, George at the very end was crying mama. And I'm hearing all this stuff. Triggering. Oh, he called mama in his last vote. And now all the mamas have to now, it's with the political campaign, the way they constructed this. Now all the mamas now have a vested interest in making sure that they vote one side or the other with our people, Democrat. All this was politicized, from the shootings, from COVID to the shootings. Everything has been politicized, and now it has reached a crescendo. They have everyone whipped up, ready to believe that what they're going to do tonight can make a change. But at the end of it, what's an absolute is they're coming after our people. They're coming after God's people. It doesn't matter what side of the electoral process you're on. Revelation, the 3rd chapter reads, because thou hast kept thy word, speaking of the righteous. This is Christ speaking of my patience. I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world, to try them that dwell upon the earth. Behold, I come quickly. Hold that fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. We need to focus. We're in the hour of temptation. And if you are not grounded in Christ, you will be moved within the storm of this politics. If you're not grounded in Christ, one way or the other, they're going to be able to move you. They're going to be able to trigger you, or when they drive things up because you didn't prepare and listen, they're going to be able to move you anyway. I'm going to tell you what's going on, folks. In the midst of COVID, we kept on hearing about contact tracing, contact tracing, contact tracing. And then subsequent to that, we heard of Black Lives Matter. We seen these white liberals running around talking about Black Lives Matter, spraying things and destroying statues and tearing things down after they've triggered us, so that they can turn the earth against us. And in the meantime that all this was going on, you've been hearing about contact tracing. And we all thought that it was about COVID. And it's going to be used for that, but it's something else going on. With all our people getting triggered and out there, marching, doing all types of stuff out here in the earth, tearing things up and thinking that no one know exactly where you are, as if you're not being actually monitored through satellite. They're going to use the contact tracing to come after the anarchists, the rioters, the looters. On the Democrat side, they are afraid that if Trump wins, he's going to go after all the dissenters and all those that were dealing with child molestation, Epstein Island, and all that. So they're trying to use black people as their test dummies to go out there and do all these things to stir things up, so that on the political side, some of the left aren't brought to charges. That's out there. So in the midst of all this, we are being used. So I'm going to tell you, this contact tracing thing, they're coming after our people. I told people to stay calm, don't do nothing. Before I bring Lawyer in, I need you all to look at your screen. This just happened a few days ago for so-called Mystery Night and all that. Another trigger with another death, right? Every point of this since COVID began in early March, this was strategically, politically put together for this night right now. And right now, Trump is winning. Okay? I'm going to put that out there because why? Trump was way far ahead in the polls now during this election cycle, during this time, than it was at this time 4 years ago against Hillary. So a lot of our people who don't have their heads screwed on straight may go out there and are prepared in front of the White House to do all types of crazy stuff, folks. And we have some articles here tonight. You better get yourself together and prepare for what's going on, folks. Because these wound up nut jobs they're using out there is going to mean serious blowback on our people. They've been wound up for this night. Let me show you what happened a few days ago. And just tell me what does this have to do with political justice or standing against racism? Look at your screen. Look at your screen, if you may. I'll blow it up so you can see it with us here.
As you can see from this map here, put together by our Action News data journalism team, the looting that followed the killing of Walter Wallace was widespread. In a period of just 36 hours, the city saw 291 non-residential burglaries and 100 incidents of vandalism. That's compared to about 5 non-residential burglaries and 52 vandalism incidents during that time frame in a typical week.
We also know at least 81 people were arrested for the unrest that happened across the city.
Fair
One
use.
of the hardest hit
This is
neighborhoods
fair
last
use.
night was Port Richmond. That's where Action News reporter Maggie Kent joins us now live with the latest from there. Maggie.
Shari, it wasn't just here in Port Richmond either. It was in small pockets across the city. We're about 15 minutes away from where those initial protests started in West Philadelphia last night, and this really having nothing to do with protests. This was an opportunity for people to come into both big box and smaller stores and rob them. First, 2 women break into Levanter Boutique.
I hope we do not get caught.
In less than 30 seconds, the entire store is ransacked, leaving owner Jamila Scurry with nothing.
It's been a long, rough.
These kids went into this woman's store. I know where this store is, in Philadelphia, and destroyed this sister's business. What does this have to do with social, racial justice for black people? And I'm just giving you an example of some of the people that are being wound up and utilized right now. Why do you think they're highlighting this, folks, right now? Why?
First, 2 women break into Levanter Boutique.
I hope we do not get caught.
In less than 30 seconds, the entire store is ransacked, leaving owner Jamila Scurry with nothing.
It's been a long.
Now, I need y'all to see something real quick. I'm going to pause it real quick.
Stores and rob them. First, 2 women break into Levanter Boutique.
Probably Black Lives Matter.
In less than 30 seconds, the entire store is ransacked, leaving owner Jamila Scurry with nothing.
It's been a long.
Now, y'all didn't see the guy that just came in with the all black on with a mask, but he looked like a white guy. Now, what he's doing hanging out in West Philly and different parts of Venango where this store is, I know there's no white people around there unless it's one of these college students, these liberal white children who benefit from the programs, who parents benefit from the programs. They're over in the black community, getting paid off of our impoverished state. Look at this sister right here. She put her own hard-earned money into this business,
leaving owner Jamila Scurry with nothing.
It's been a long, rough journey.
The shop along the 1300 block of Venango Street cleared out. The owner of Hillside Pharmacy had to crawl through his busted security gate this morning. The small shop at the intersection of Broad Street and the Roosevelt Boulevard emptied.
Yeah, this is what peace and justice look like. Our people ransacking the drug counter so that they can make them some lean to sip on. Or sell perks. You know they're gonna be on the corner. I got Percocets.
Some of my patients have been calling. They need their medications, and right now, I really can't do that.
Looters not only hit big box stores like Walmart, running out with big screen TVs, they hit mom and pop places like Rotana Furniture on the 4800 block of Tacony Street.
Maybe some TVs. Believe it or not, some of them, they stole a couple pillows.
In the rush to leave the store, thieves even dragged a responding officer with their car before taking off.
She dragged him, she pushed him to the car. And I don't know when they're going to end this. This is crazy, you know?
What's wrong with our queens?
This situation is not about somebody got shot or anything. It's like a robbery.
Police announced that overnight, 81 people were arrested, including 8 people who assaulted police officers, 4 charged with robbery, and 53 facing burglary charges. And many of those stores who did not get looted last night decided to board up anyway. They've been closed throughout the day, and The stores that had been looted tell me they have no idea when they will be able to reopen. Speaking to the employees there, they're disappointed because they have no opportunity to go to work. For Live in Port Richmond, Maggie Kent, Channel
Fair
6
use.
Action News. Rick?
Yeah, Rick. Okay. Now, before I bring Lawyer in, I would like to mention this, folks. I mean, we have 1,700, we have 2,700 people in here. Please hit the like button so that other brothers and sisters out there can see exactly what's going on. A lot of these children don't even understand what's happening. Okay, that's out there, that's being triggered by these anarchists paid by George Soros. Black Lives Matter has nothing to do with black people. It's to trigger the population so that the government can have the legal and moral high ground to go against us in these major metropolitan cities. So we're in the hour of temptation. And I'm going to tell you, the Bible tells us wherever your fault is in the spirit, wherever you faulty at, you will be tested in this last hour before Christ comes. The last hour is what? The few years of the last Jubilee. So whatever we've been struggling with, just like now, they realize what happens if you make a people impoverished and poor to where they have to fight and scrape together just to make ends meet. What happens? And anytime you can trigger them racially and say, well, go get the things you can't afford normally, and automatically, boom, because of that weakness, that's a temptation. Any opportunity for our people to get something when they couldn't already, they're going to run at it. They're going to run for it. They're going to ransack. They're going to do it. Why? Because this is the scenario the government structure has placed our people under. They've trained us. We're a project by them. And they know exactly what to trigger to get the outcome that they want. So folks, here we are. And when we're looking at it, the first thing you think of is what? They want you to think of animals. Oh my God, this, that, and the other. You know why they want you to think that? It's the demonization of the children of Israel. That's what it is. This is what happens when you leave a society, when you make a people impoverished. This is what happens when, like Ice Cube was mentioning the other day, when you have all this wealth that other people come from other countries to take advantage, all this wealth in the United States, one of the richest countries on earth, where the black people, okay, the descendants of slaves who live here, only amongst us. Guess how much is distributed amongst us? Guess how much we make out of this grand economy? Less than 1% that we have to share amongst us. They made it this way so that at anytime they need a trigger to demonize us, to make us look like animals, they'll have enough people for their what? Staged scenarios, their theater. Because they're not just going to go after these young brothers and sisters who don't know any better. They're going to aim their vitriol towards anyone that looks like them. And that's where we are right now. That's why we've been warning our people not to fall for the media triggers. Look at your screen, if you may. Look at your screen, if you may. Right here, I got a few articles here. So what's the plan, you might ask, next? And this is from Zero Hedge. Watch National Guard troops arrive in multiple U.S. cities ahead of election night. Chaos. See how they have stoked the fire? Since George Floyd, these were all systematic, planned events leading all the way up to tonight. So they'll have what? At the same time, everyone is hating Trump, which is also engineered through the media. They've been stirring racial tensions through these shootings. Isn't this convenient now that the National Guard troops arrive in multiple U.S. cities conveniently for tonight? Conveniently. In preparation for any emergencies, including widespread social unrest following election results on Tuesday night, the National Guard has been deployed. Listen to this clearly. The National Guard, I don't know if any of you understand. I don't know if y'all understand what time it is here. In preparation for any emergencies, including widespread social unrest following election results on Tuesday night, the National Guard has been deployed in several states. Fears of election night chaos have gripped state governments for the last month, forcing Governor Charles Baker of Massachusetts on Monday to activate 1,000 Massachusetts National Guard members. And in Oregon, Governor Kate Brown, for the second time in 2 months, declared a state of emergency for the Portland metro area, citing potential social unrest surrounding the election. Governors have also mobilized guard forces in Texas, Alabama, Arizona to major cities, their respective states, in anticipation of violence. This is why the white liberal, Black Lives Matter, black haters that's really behind these liberal machines, this is why they have been stoking the racial tensions. So at the end of the day, they'll stir us up. The government will have their military go against us. And the white liberals who created all this go right back in the suburbs, to play golf with their Republican buddies. If you believe there's some white liberal out there that really care about black people, you have another thing coming. The only reason they want to keep Trump in is because it's a paycheck, because they get paid on all the impoverished programs that's set up in our communities. Last week, the Pennsylvania National Guard was deployed to the Philadelphia, here we go, metro amid a couple of nights of social unrest following the police killing of a black man. Oh, y'all care about black people dying now? Well, maybe we can do something about the 1,000 children that are aborted each day, black babies, before they get an opportunity to breathe and understand what life is. I don't ever want to hear about you care about a black man. Get out of here with that crap. 1,000 black children are aborted every day. And our people are triggered. Because why? We've been trained to be triggered. We've been trained to look at everything black, white, left, right, without any logical examinations, without any what you would call honest, outright perspective in viewing things logically. Okay, that's how they programmed us. People ask, well, why do you hate Trump? He's racist. Okay, and what did he do? You don't know what he did. You're just saying it because the news have programmed you to believe that. Okay? So what if he's racist? What do it have to do with the price of tea in China? What about the Biden law? But the Biden bill that incarcerated thousands upon thousands of black people unjustly? So we don't have a dog in this fight. For somebody to lean on one side or the other and not understand that it's two sides playing the middle is really above me at this point. At the end of the day, we're between the crosshairs. And I said it before, I said this in the academy. Something is seriously wrong with the people who are predisposed to having to think one way. When it comes to voting or anything like that, policy is about, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, quid pro quo. Policy is about you paying or you're giving us something for our vote. Every politician is there to do the job of the special interests who paid them to be there. I never understand how people look at politics and are just incinerated racially without knowing that when you pull a lever, when you do something, you're supposed to receive something in return. We're the only people like that. A white person can be a Democrat and switch from a Democrat to a Republican and never get any pushback because he's looking at his bottom line. What will happen to my bottom line as far as taxes in my community if this guy gets in office? I don't care if he's Republican or Democrat. If this guy is going to make it where I'm receiving less finances and it's going to affect my children in our schools, then I'm going to go with the other guy. I don't care whether or not he's under the blue or red banner. That's how white people. I've never seen someone ostracize a white person for being a Democrat or a Republican. What's wrong with us? We're easily triggered. We're programmed. And above all, we don't know where our interests should lie. The Most High said, woe to them that trust in Babylon and make of Egypt or Babylon's or Egypt's strength our arm. Woe to them who believe that this thing was set up for our people. Yeah, there's benefits in being in the richest country in the world by default. Yes, it is. But we've gotten comfortable, folks. This place, Babylon, was made as a place of chastisement so that we could eventually hope for something better beyond the political spectrum. Look at your screen, please. Natural news. Conflict expert issues chilling warning. If Trump wins, thousands of people could storm the White House. Now, if he wins, commander-in-chief, with the military already deployed and they're waiting outside the White House now, and some triggered people. You're talking about something that can go bad quick. Commander-in-chief over one of the greatest militaries of the free world now, who now have free reign to deploy the troops that's already within the border. It's not going to end good. I heard Biden just got a little edge. We're watching it, but, we're going to see who the Electoral College selects. I guess it depends on who they can get the most chaos out of. Right? Now, based on how this year has gone, I don't see them throwing the poor people and what we want and our people a bone. I don't see that. Next article. By allowing their guy to win. Radical leftists plan violent takeover of DC after election. Here we go. Here we go. Talking about those crazy, wound up lesbian witches. Black Lives Matter. Those sickos. Total war is coming to America after Biden is defeated on November 3rd. Prepare for every worst case scenario you've ever imagined. Money laundering Joe Biden's brother sent bank wiring instructions. Hold on, let's get this real quick. Let me get it right here. Our nation capital is the target of violent post-election overthrow. Lisa Fithian, a longtime revolutionary and far-left activist, is encouraging her comrades to bring their guns and take over the buildings throughout Washington, D.C. on November 3rd, apparently because she expects another Trump win. Fithian has an extensive history of community organizing, having stirred up the violent demonstrations that led to the shutdown of the 1999 World Trade Organization meetings in Seattle, Washington. Next article. Follow me. Walmart CEO Doug McMillon says New World Order is the right thing to do. The earth has now been primed after acquiescing silently wearing a muzzle, because that's what that politically represents with the mask. If you look in the past, especially for those who are children of slaves and understand political science, you can look back and understand that the muzzles were put on the slaves who could galvanize the workers, who could galvanize the people against the master. So as a punishment, to keep the rest of the slaves silent, they will put a muzzle on the black man especially, and the black woman during the time of servitude or slavery in America. They used to use the same psychological tactics to keep the rest of the slaves in order. They would have you work and all that with a muzzle, but it was a metal muzzle tied around your neck. Look it up. So when they put masks on everyone, that was a psychological play to say that we will soon silence all dissenters and those who are against us. Shut up. Put on your mask. So now that they've had the whole earth submit to the first stage of the psychological programming, making everyone wear a mask, psychologically silencing the people. You know what that means when you're looking at people like that? What that does to your morale, to your psyche? It makes it look like the whole United States, the whole world is what? An emergency ward? So now they say the people we've broken the people. There's no traditional value. There's nothing, no value that the world or people have in the earth to protect going forward. People have been silenced. They're acquiesced. They've acquiesced to our demands. Now let's bring in a new world order on them and crush them all together. Here we go. Walmart, martial law. There go your processing center. You know where it's at. You've been used to getting your cheap goods from there. We've been used to getting our cheap goods from there. Let's make it clear. The head of the nation's largest retailer recently sat down with Times' Eben Shapiro to talk about how the Wuhan coronavirus has affected his business. And during the conversation, the suggestion was made that it is long past time to reinvent capitalism. There they go. A monetary shift from regular finances to what? You got it. Digital currency. Sooner or later, you're going to hear about the bad money gave people coronaviruses. And then you're going to hear about, and we're seeing it now, conveniently, banks closing one by one right up under your noses. The New World Order, here we go. The New World Order, here we go. We simply won't be here if we don't take care of the very things that allow us to exist. Our associates, customers, suppliers, and the plant, McMillon explained. Now, for those who don't know, that's right. You don't have to worry about it. The New World Order starts with our people being the anarchists, destroying any businesses that are left. You don't believe me? Look at your screen.
Away from where those initial protests started in West Philadelphia last night, and this really having nothing to do with protests. This was an opportunity for people to come into both big box and smaller stores and rob them. First, two women break into Levanter Boutique.
I hope we do not get caught.
In less than 30 seconds, the entire store is ransacked, leaving owner Jamila Story with nothing.
It's been a long, rough journey.
Destroyed her
The shop on
business.
1300 block of Venango Street cleared out. The owner of Hillside.
And you know what? Who believed that her business will ever come back to where it was? And one thing I know for sure, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, unfortunately, because, listen, I know. I grew up right around Venango Street where where this sister's business is. Our people usually don't get the insurances that's needed for such an act against us. Because of the low wages, because of where we live at and all that, we try to get we just get enough insurance to be in business. I'm going to tell you that right now. We get the minimal amount of insurance just to be able to open the doors. So I know that this sister is not going to recover from her own people robbing her blind because they're racially triggered that a white man killed a black man. A white man kills a black man. And look who suffers.
Come into both big box and smaller stores and rob them. First, two women break into Levanter Boutique.
I hope we do not get caught.
Hope we
In
don't
less
get
than
caught.
30 seconds, the entire store is ransacked, leaving owner.
That's deep because even growing up, when it was mystery night or whatever the case is, because of course we ran around throwing eggs and stuff growing up during this time of year. But that was a young man type of situations where we would get together with the boys and put on the hoods and go do things. We didn't run rob anything. We would throw eggs on mystery nights and all that. Do what kids do. But you got girls running in stores talking about what? I hope we don't get caught. What has happened? I remember the young girls be on the steps doing their hair, playing hopscotch, doing double dutch, doing feminine stuff. Oh no, these girls now. Oh, I hope I don't get caught. Can you imagine trying to marry someone like that? Oh, thinking, are you kidding me? What's going on in this earth, folks? She's a part of a heist. Oh yeah, babe. What you like to do? Oh yeah, I just walked in. I just got me a 70-inch.
In 30 seconds, the entire from where those initial protests started in West Philadelphia last night, and this really having nothing to do with protests. This was an opportunity for people to come into both big box and smaller stores and rob them. First, two women break into Levanter Boutique.
I hope we do not get caught.
In less than 30 seconds, the entire store is ransacked, leaving owner Jamila Story with nothing.
It's been a long, rough journey.
The shop along the 1300 block of Venango Street cleared out. The owner of Hillside Pharmacy had to crawl through his busted security gate this morning. The small shop at the intersection of Broad Street and the Roosevelt Boulevard emptied by...
Well, I know the meth shops are having a field day right now.
Some of my patients have been calling. They need their medications, and right now, I really can't do that.
Looters not only hit big box stores like Walmart, running out with big screen TVs, they hit mom and pop.
I'm going to show you how, let me use some soft words, how unintelligent this is. Don't you know that everything they're taking has a tracker in it? Every item they're taking out of those stores, they knew they want to take these items. They all have chips and trackers in them. So, sisters, if y'all know y'all got some children out there who did all this, guess who's coming up in your house before it's over? Okay? Guess who's coming up in your house? All these National Guards that's deployed and all that? Watch.
It's like Rotana Furniture on the 4800 block of Tacony Street.
Maybe some TVs Believe it or not, some of them, they stole a couple pillars.
In the rush to leave the store, thieves even dragged a responding officer with their car before taking off.
Black Lives
She
Matter.
dragged him, she pushed him to the car. And I don't know when they're going to end this. This is crazy, you know?
Absolutely, brother. It's crazy, but you haven't seen the end of this yet. You know, Trump is going to sit back, I'm telling you. And I was talking about it. I said it. I'm like, either way, based on how this mail-in ballot thing and all this is going, who knows whether or not if Trump loses that he's going to accept the loss. He's still in office and have time to invoke certain scenarios for a recount. And while he's president, he can invoke other things that will keep him in office. So, folks, Elder Lawyer, you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to open up the lines in a minute, Elder Lawyer. You know, our topic, the end time selection. What does this election mean for you? And what does it mean for your family? What are they saying out there? But Elder Lawyer, do you have anything to say on? I know I did a long monologue, but the lines open up in 13 minutes, and I want to hear from the people.
Absolutely.
I really want to hear, what are they going to do in the midst of what's about to happen? Have they prepared for the worst case scenarios? And what are their family saying? Do their family believe in this mess? And are they out there a part of this anarchy?
I think those are some very good questions, especially for this time period. If you were to ask, what did you learn in specific from this particular time period? And one thing that I learned is, number one, the danger of this, as you were mentioning earlier, that easily being triggered by the left-right, black-white paradigm, and how that's used to get us to be moved or to be swayed one way to another, like a rabbit being led by a carrot on a string, back and forth. One thing the Bible says, it says in the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 8, better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof. And the patient in spirit is better than the proud in spirit. When we go back and we look at all of these incidents that have taken place going back to the beginning of COVID, okay, and I'm talking about the mixture of the COVID news along with the social justice.
Lawyer, they're asking real quick, what is my shirt saying? Stop anti-Israelitism. Stop anti-Israelitism. Okay? IamApparel.org. Okay? We have to stop people from demonizing our people who are Israelites. If they can have anti-Semitism, we can stand against anti-Israelitism. Okay? Let's go, Elder Lawyer. I'm sorry about that.
Sure. Yes, sir. No problem. I'm going to read this again. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 7, verse number 8. It says, better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof. Meaning what? Sometimes it's better to be patient and allow things to play out and watch how things are being used. Watch the narratives that are being developed through time before you begin to make a judgment on how you're going to move and how you're going to operate going forward. And it's going to be very important in this time, especially for our people who, after hearing the first report of anything, just jump 2 feet in, okay, head first into believing what is told to them, and they begin to react emotionally, irrationally, opposed to acting logically, being patient, sitting back, allowing things to play out a little bit before they cast forth their judgment and make a proper decision. A few examples. If we were to go back to the beginning of what was taking place with COVID, we understand that there was a time in which people were still trying to figure out exactly what this was. Okay? But during that time, we were one of the voices out there that we're saying, we have to be very careful as far as how we are receiving or what information we're receiving considering or concerning this particular virus, if you will, that's being promoted, because a lot of things that we're seeing are not adding up. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of contradiction going on. So we sat back a little bit and we, kind of examined what was being reported before we started to really delve into and start to, put forward an understanding and a judgment as to what we were seeing based on what was being reported concerning COVID. Now you had others who, again, jumping 2 feet in, head first, looking at this thing and was believing everything they were being told on the news, was fearful to leave their homes, okay? Fearful to not leave the house without or walk outside with a mask on, so on and so forth. These are all examples of people who, again, did not take the time to examine the truth, examine the matter fully before starting to make decisions and make moves. We saw the same thing with George Floyd. People saw it. People are, seeing the tweets and seeing what was on social media. As you were mentioning earlier, Elder, people seeing him, his last words was he cried mama. And you had people saying, well, this is a shame. This is happening again. And why are they doing this to us? Why do they hate us so much? So on and so forth. And what we did was we took our time. We waited patiently, allowed things to play out a little bit. And lo and behold, as things started to play out, again, we started to see inaccuracies. And then we also started seeing how this was being used and how the narratives were being drawn up to use this politically, socially, so on and so forth. And we're seeing this now with the latest situation in Philadelphia. I don't think there's any, and this is just me, I don't think there's any coincidence that this takes place in Philadelphia with the shooting of the young man, and may the Most High rest his soul. But I don't think that this is any coincidence. At the same time, for the past week, or the past few weeks, we've been hearing what? That PA, in certain cities within PA, Philadelphia being one of them, is what? It's a battleground state, where they're trying to figure out which way it's going to go with PA.
Exactly.
You understand? So we're seeing these things play out, but people see it, and again, they react emotionally without sitting back patiently and allowing things to play out to make a logical decision. And I'm saying this based on what's going on in the world, but this also applies to us in the truth. Especially, obviously, I know you're going to get into a few things a bit later.
Yeah.
As far as those who are in the church,
yeah,
how it's going to be very important in this time not to allow yourself to be driven emotionally, to start learning to make rational decisions, logical decisions, not based on your emotions or the first thing you hear or the first thing you don't hear. Sit back. As the Bible says, better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof, and better is the patient, or better is the patient in spirit than the proud in spirit. And with that, I yield.
Yeah. And Elder Lawyer, and I'm glad you brought that out, because I wanted to not only encourage, but also warn the people who are not in the church concerning not being out there. Just keep your foot grounded in Christ and use faith over fear. It's not just for those that are on the outside of this, but people within our church. Because in the beginning, what did I say, Elder Lawyer? I said we were in an hour of temptation, and this is going to test the brass of everyone in this church. How are they moving the world right now? They're moving the world into acquiescence to the New World Order through fear, through a boogeyman type scenario. And we are faith-based. We're not to be moved through fear. Faith over fear. And like the announcement you made last night, where brothers, you had a brother, and I'm going to put this out there. If you're in Orlando, Florida, and you are in connected any way with this, what's his name, Nate Ben, whoever he is, please send an email to goccSouth@yahoo.com. If you are part of the Orlando body, because what happens is you have people get in position or whatever and look for opportunity through fear and that uncertainty. And through that fear, try to get people to do all types of things to financially aggrandize themselves and poison them against people and all that. This is what happens in a state of emergency. You have people that look to actually take full advantage. Oh no, the elders don't got a plan. Oh, I got a plan. Let's get together. Don't tell anybody. We told you it was going to happen in the hour of temptation. See, but I'd rather find out now before we're all together and we're forced to be with someone who was always an enemy within the work. And these situations tries the spirit. It lets you know who's really amongst us. And that's not over. It's probably more. But these situations is the trying of the elect in that last hour of temptation. Faith over fear. Don't ever let anyone come to you and try to use our name as elders to try to say, well, yeah, let's do this on the side because, whatever. That's the devil. A nation divided against itself cannot stand. Okay, and I'm glad you put that out there, but it still stands. Because if you think that was something, if some didn't pass this test this year, man, you're not going to be able to withstand what's coming. Straight out. Stand your ground. Stand your ground. Don't let no one move you emotionally through this. They'll be guiding you to your demise. They'll be guiding you to your demise. And I'm glad that thing is out of here and the Most High revealed it. All praises be to the Most High. And we're going to make sure Orlando in Florida is established correctly, directly through us. Okay? And I want to put that out there. So anyone associated with that, whoever that guy is, that's over. We're in the hour of temptation. Either we're together or we're not. And that's what it comes down to. And that comes down, and we're saying this out there to you people too, brothers and sisters. Y'all must stand your ground in Christ. You must stand in faith and don't let fear move you. You see what fear does. You see what's going on, how they rile people up in their emotions. And our people do dangerous things to themselves and their families in the midst of the confusion. We can see clearly, brothers and sisters, and everything we were dropping in the midst of this. The Most High gave us insight to help you navigate through this so you're not caught up where your family wasn't on a ventilator somewhere. Okay? Getting put down like dogs. We were telling you the whole time. So the same way we're warning people that are without, the people are within. Okay? It's about proper respect of organization and leadership. Because if that's not what you want, then what are you amongst the body for? If you got it and you know the plan, listen, it's fine. Godspeed. But don't be amongst us and try to use people that the Most High have tasked us to guide through this. Okay? For your own objectives. And that's all I need to say on that. All right? So the Most High revealed that and it's finished. And he'll reveal more. Don't let no one try to contact you or try to get with you and try to move you away from what this is through fear. Don't let people try to demonize and try to talk about others and try to move you into their own little program. Beware of heretics. Beware. That's all I have to say on that. But another thing I wanted to say, the brother Yehoshua Bun Israel, who had our videos on his site, I want to thank that brother because he did comply to our request. He didn't know that there was a protocol when it comes to using our content or whatever the case is or whatever that is. And he complied. And I wanted to say, brother, I really appreciate it. Anything you would like to do, you can talk to us first, and then we'll work it out that way. But I do appreciate that you had enough respect to fulfill our request. The water, brother. That's how we supposed to be with one another. Okay? So let me put this out there real quick. Here we go. End time selection. Y'all know y'all wrong. It's over 3,000 people up in here, and hit that like button if you just came in here. Come on, help us out. I'm gonna bring a Gaja in because I need some reports on what's going on in the UK. What are they saying about this election? And someone tell me, how is it possible that in an American election such as this is being viewed and is affecting other countries? I'm hearing even England is looking into this election for the outcome and what it might mean for them. I mean, I need to figure out what's up with that. And what's going on with the numbers of COVID going up and plans to actually shut things down on an even more draconian level than before. Now, if there's chaos in what we've just witnessed with that video, Elder Lawyer, with them tearing things up, and something happens where Trump is elected, do you understand what's going to be tore up in these metropolitan cities all at once? And the fact that it's going to actually ignite the government to a degree in which they will have to respond. They'll have no choice but to respond, Elder Lawyer. And when that happens, it's on. Because if we learn anything, once the government take power, they never give it back. So whatever they implement, we're being slowly, incrementally eased into a martial law type scenario. Incrementally. And if they start tearing stuff up, these stores aren't coming back, folks. Outside of the original stores you've seen when COVID first happened that were open because the government said they were essential. It's going to come down. All the mom and pops, all that stuff is going to be out of the way anyway. I'm going to tell you right now, if they begin to tear something up, not liking the end outcome of this election, whatever they tear down might not ever come back, folks. So I need to gauge the temperature out there for our brothers and sisters. 515, thank you for hitting the like button. Y'all doing a great job with that. 515-6059-327. Now, there's a lot of other things that we would like to do, okay? We have a lot of planning to do, okay? And I'm talking about, we doing, and guess what? We're doing a lot of good preparing, folks, on this side. And it's because of all the help you have actually sent to help us in this ministry. So before I open the calls, I would like to say a humble, blessed thank you for all you that sent to the Cash App or go to our gatheringofchrist.org and donate towards this work. Let me tell you, we're doing a lot of work in the background. As a matter of fact, after the program, I have to get some sleep because I have to be up 6:30 in the morning to roll out. We got trucks rolling out. We got things to do in preparation for worst case scenarios. And so that we can still be able to get to you online and otherwise, even if stuff shut down, we're dealing with other technologies and all types of things, setting up alternative internet type of situations so that we'll still be able to, if you have a phone or whatever, still be able to communicate and guide you during that time, as long as there's some similitude of internet available. We're making alternative plans just in case. Okay, so I just want to say thank you, because without your support, your prayers, and I know you all pray for our strength and all that, and I don't say thank you enough, and I know that, because I'm more so in giving the information, whatever's in the heart, the Most High have us expounded on. But I want to say this evening, folks, that the elders of the Gathering of Christ Church, myself personally, I really appreciate all you do to support this work. Okay? Because through what we bring forth spiritual, a lot of you give in response to that. And for our spiritual gifts, you're like, what can I do? Well, the most I can do is at least contribute to help the work. And brothers and sisters, again, thank you. I want to say that because that's sometimes what none of us, sometimes none of us do it enough to say thank you to those who we appreciate, who we care about, and who have helped us through hard times. Okay? Thank you. I want to say that because we're on the front line and we'll be here. And to know that we have your support goes a long way. All right? 515-605-9327. Here we go. The end time selection. I'm going to open up the lines right off the bat. One moment, let me open up the lines, and then I'll bring in Elder Gadja. I know Gadja is waiting in the wings, so one moment, folks. One moment. I'm bringing in the calls. 515-605-9327. I need y'all to give me the insight of what's going on in your particular area with this political thing. What's going on with the people? What are they saying? Are they voting? Are they not voting? And what are you doing to prepare for worst case scenarios if the keg blows upon the outcome of this so-called election, which we know is a selection? One moment. Let me bring in the phone call here. Let me open up the lines. One moment. Be patient with me, please. Lawyer. One moment.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Blog Talk Radio.
Okay, we're live on Blog Talk Radio. We're live with Elder Lawyer and Elder Gaja. Okay, make sure you call in. I need you to let me know what's going on in your respective areas. What do you think about this election? And what does this election mean for you, if anything at all? Call in 515, the number is on your screen, 605-9327. Right? 515-605-9327. And let me bring Lawyer in real quick. Absolutely. Okay, we have Lawyer back. All praises be to the Most High. And now let me bring in Elder Gaja. Okay, I'm bringing in Elder Gaja here. We have Elder Lawyer. Shalom, Gaja. Are you with us?
Hey, Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
I'm blessed by the Almighty. I'm going to take a few calls, but before I take a few calls in, I need you to know what's going on over there. You in the UK right now, or are you in Jamaica?
I'm in the UK, Elder. Huh.
And what's going on over in the UK right now?
All right, the UK is going to go down on a national lockdown on tomorrow midnight. Wednesday midnight, they're going to go on a lockdown.
Okay, so the UK has nothing to do with the American elections, right?
No. But I say this, Elder. Check this out.
Hold on. Let me put you on a speaker. Go ahead. Go ahead now, Elder Gaja. Go ahead, Gaja. You can speak now. Hold on. All right, let's see. Okay, Gaja, say something now. What's going on with this? All right, Gaja, say something now. All right, I'm just gonna go this way. Go ahead, Gaja. I'm gonna take this thing out. This thing is broke. Go ahead, Gaja. Go ahead,
All
speak.
right, you hear it clearly, right?
I can hear you clearly. You said what's going on over in the UK right now?
Yeah, so as in response to your question about the American elections affecting the UK, what I see going on in the UK right now is that the UK media is bringing the US election.
Okay, something is going on with your phone, Gaja. You're going in and out.
Alrighty. All right, you hear me now, Elder?
I can hear you now, so it was you. Go on.
Okay, what I'm saying is that the UK media is broadcasting the American election as if it was a UK election. Now, what I'm noticing with that, Elder, is this: is that a few months ago when they had the riots in America, because of the media coverage, the riots came here also. So I am watching the American reaction to see whether, because I believe whether Trump win or lose, some level of rioting and civil unrest is going to go on. And I believe it's coming to the UK as well because the media is bringing it. So I believe it will have an effect on the UK come tomorrow, what goes on and what the media is pushing. Because it seems to me from where I'm looking that they are pushing the people, they are provoking the people to let them feel that there's some cheating going on, or some, Trump isn't gonna step down lightly, and you have the rifle owners them ready to war against the Black Lives Matters. So I believe that this media is pushing that if anything goes on in Babylon, it will affect the UK at some point in time.
Okay, well, your phone went out a little bit, but if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that they're preparing the UK for civil unrest based on the outcome. And 9 times out of 10, what the liberal left is preparing for is the possibility or the more probability that Trump is going to win this election.
Exactly.
And you believe that there is going to be a domino effect that's going to lead to civil unrest, because out of nowhere, I don't know why they were tearing down statues and burning things up in the UK. What does George Floyd have to do with, in America, have to do with what's going on in the UK? This is all, it's all orchestrated. It seems like it's orchestrated. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I am saying, because 5 months ago, whenever the whole George Floyd thing happened, how did it get to the UK? It got there through media. And right now, the British media is broadcasting this as if the election was going on in London. You understand? That's how much is on every channel, every UK media outlet is pushing it. So I believe that whatever happens, whatever the outcome is, it is going to have whatever goes on in Babylon is going to, at some point in time, trickle over into Europe, into the UK.
Okay.
I honestly believe that.
Okay, so let me ask you this before I open up the lines real quick. But of course, the brothers and sisters in UK have already prepared for worst case scenarios, provisions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So give
Yes, sir.
me an insight on what they've done to prepare over there, real quick, before we so that it can help others who are listening to this.
Okay, well, what we have done, we have spoken to all the families across the country, members of the church, and we have advised them to stock up on food, medicine, water. Whatever happens, stay inside. I had a Bible class, I had a Bible study this evening, earlier this evening, UK time, about 8 p.m. We re-emphasize it again with the people. Listen, let's make sure that if anything goes down, stay in your house, don't go out, don't panic. Be at peace, be calm, because right now they're looking to agitate you. Okay? And that's what this media is about. This whole lockdown thing, it's pushing the people them to the brink of where they just say, yo, we can't take it anymore. You understand me? And pushing the people them to fight back. When people start to fight back, then they're gonna roll out armed forces to take out the people. That is the agenda. This is Jacob's trouble. So we have warned and told the people, and listen, make sure that you have food, water, at least for up to a month's supply within your house. Some people have gone and gotten more. You understand? And we're watching it, like I said, and we have no fear whatsoever about this, because we can see it. You with me? Failure to prepare, is preparation for failure, and we've been preparing. You understand?
Well, this is what I need. I need you to get in contact with the brothers we have over in Australia, because maybe we can do this from a global standpoint, since we have an impromptu show on selection night, because I believe this night is going to change the course of the rest of this world. Okay, so if we got people in the UK or in other areas, even the brothers and sisters we have in Africa, whoever you know, make sure you get on your Skype, contact them, have them come in so that they can give us some insight on what's going on, because it seems like this American election is tipping the scales for the earth. The whole earth is watching this at once. I didn't see anything. I haven't seen anything like this even the last election with Hillary, drumming up to a crescendo here since the time in which there was the hoopla with Obama. Like, it's what we're hearing is that this election in of itself is going to be a pivotal moment that's going to actually dismantle Gaja, the world system as we know it, so that they can usher in a whole new order being controlled on the outside of the United States.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The council they set up in Israel, the EU getting their judicial system, their one world judicial system together. On top of that, all this stuff was in the news in the academy, mind you. While in America wasn't talking about none of the what you would call the alternative government that's in place, knowing that they're imploding Americas. But in the academy, we, being that we get news on the outside of America, there's a transition going on right up under our feet. The anarchists is actually destroying the world on purpose and business on purpose, so that they can actually usher in a brand new system, a new judicial system, everything, a new way of doing business, everything. So it seems like the whole earth is looking at this at once. And on top of that, they're looking to establish one person over a UN council. And this council will be established outside of the country. Now, I'm going to go into a lot of this in the news in the academy this coming Sunday. But all in all, I'm going to tell you right now, this is a changing of the earth system altogether. So let's get as many people from different countries as we can on, so that we can at least give them 5 minutes to give us an insight on how they're viewing this selection tonight and what this election might mean for their respective country or areas. And of course, I'm expanding that for those who are calling in on the line who would like to talk about that, okay? Now, why am I going into this? Why are we talking about this? Because while the whole earth is watching, we understand this is a 3.5-year interval within a Jubilee and what that means according to prophecy. So I'm like, instead of a Wednesday program, let's do it on their night. Let's shout from the housetop and bring forth the understanding of this prophecy in preparation for our God, sending our Savior, in preparation for those eyes who are open. Because right now, politically, they have the whole earth watching this election. I'm like, it's time for us to just get up on their frequency and want as many people as we can concerning what's really going on in the earth and how to prepare for it. Okay. And brothers and sisters, on either side of this election, there is no victory for us. I need to emphasize that. On either side of this, there will be no victory for us. Understand that. And anyone think they have a dog in this fight? Guess what? You are about to be introduced to a rude awakening. Let's go. 515, you can stay in, Gaja, and just put it on mute anytime you want to come in with your opinion. Let's bring it. 515-605-9327. We're going to jump right into the calls. We're going to first start off with 340. I think we have Sunshine early. She must have Blog Talk on speed dial. Because somehow as a lawyer, she becomes the number one caller. And okay. Stay grounded, Sunshine. Because the last time we made someone a honorary caller on the show. He flipped his wig.
Yes, sir.
So stay grounded, Sunshine. Let me bring you in. 340 area code. You're first. Hey, hi, Sunshine. Let me ask you, sister. Do you have our blog? Do you have our Blog Talk number on speed dial? Is it programmed in your phone? Oh, that's smart of you.
Yeah, I also programmed the other number too, in case.
All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, Elders, hi. I was because of what you said, so I'm shaking that off. So I was thinking about the main thing concerning this election is blessed are your eyes that you see and they hear. That's what comes to my mind. And here in the West Indies, you know, when I'm looking at the people, they're pretty much upset with Trump, and they just want Biden in to beat Trump. They don't really know why. They're just spewing out things that they've heard through the media, and they're just plain upset with Trump because they're automatically Democrat, and they're just like, you know, jumping with signs, honk for this or honk for that. But what I do, I mean, I feel like this is the same run amok stuff that's been going on with the COVID, the Floyd riots, Black Lives Matter, all culminated into this election, like you were saying, Elder, and the frenzy and the craziness, it's just as intense with the COVID and everything for this election. And like you said, either way, it doesn't matter because the key is for them is Israel will be destroyed, whether it's on the left or the right, with the military, the destruction of the neighborhood, and we contribute because we're triggered. All of this, the deliveries or the lack of deliveries with the truck, everything over and over, 70, 80 over and over again. But I'm just so grateful for the knowledge that I have and what I do. My family, we just only go out for preparations, food, necessities, and keep in. So it's like all this craziness in the mob and the running to mischief, running swift to mischief isn't really affecting us in my home. I'm just watching and just standing here by grace and just grateful, though this is a confusing time, like it says in Baruch. So I'm just so still happy in the midst of all this storm.
Well,
and that's all I had to say.
Well, thank you, sister. And this is what I want to say, because if anything, when I hear how people are talking about this election, especially Trump, it dovetails. It actually highlights the power of media. Right? And I'm saying that, please look at your screen. I'm going to get him off real quick. And I need y'all to look at y'all's screen real quick. On your screen, I just put in black celebrities and Trump. And I remember growing up how Trump was, he would run DMC, Don King, Mike Tyson, look, Muhammad Ali. Look, all the way through. Kanye West currently, P. Diddy in the middle. He was synonymous with Michael Jackson, Tiger Woods. Trump was always synonymous with what? Black celebrity. Black celebrity, folks. I need y'all to look at this. Look. Don King. Look. Don King. Look at this. On and on and on and on and on and on. So I need someone to call in. Not that I'm for or against anyone. Look at all these black celebrities, all the people he worked with and made rich, and you can't miss this. Right? So I need to, when, like him and Arsenio Hall, whatever the case is, when did he become a racist? Why do people now have a problem with who was once the media darling, Donald Trump? When did he become racist? Maybe I'm out of the loop. Because he was always publicized as a politician that was, that was down with black people. Right? So someone tell me when that switched. When did that change? Look. Donald Trump was always synonymous with black fame. So now, if you're down with Donald Trump, you are racist. So when did that happen? What has Donald Trump done to be labeled a racist? Maybe I'm out of the loop. Okay, I need y'all to tell me also. All right. So let's bring that piece in also. All right. End time prophecy. What does this election mean for you? 407 area code. I'm just highlighting how ridiculous things are when it comes to emotion and how our emotions are easily triggered. Okay. If the media says love Trump, we love Trump. If the media say hate Trump, we hate Trump. And that lies with anything the media, that's showing you the power of media. 407 area code. Let's go down the line. Make sure you hit 1 if you're waiting in the queue. Hit 1 if you have a question or comment. This way, we'll know you have a question or comment. Okay. Hit 1 while you're in there if you have a question or comment, and a question mark will come up next to your number. 407 area code. 407 area code. Shalom.
Shalom, Elvis.
Shalom. End time selection.
Right,
what does the selection mean for you? Give me your name and location, and the floor is yours.
I'm Chief Officer Gabar, South Carolina body. Bless you, brothers, for the work that y'all been putting in. Seems like forever. So I was standing outside doing a council. I was on the phone doing a council, and a sister drove by and she stopped her car and she was like, "Did you vote?" And I was like, "Vote for who? Satan?" And she drove off. Here right now, the sheriff of Columbia, or Richland County is where it is, has teamed up with Lexington County and Columbia Police Department, and they're basically saying that they're expecting civil unrest, but they're prepared to handle it. I haven't seen any military moving around, but we do have 2 military bases out here, one in Sumter and one in Columbia. As far as the election is concerned, it doesn't bother me. I work with a lot of Gentiles. What's funny is that a lot of these Gentiles are what are deemed, quote-unquote, conspiracy theorists. So they bring a lot of information to me, and I kind of take what they give me and show that to them in the Bible and things like that. So as far as preparation, all praises to the Most High through yourself, through Elder Lawyer, to Elder Hannah, to Deacon Massar, Deacon Tubanad, Deacon Terawal. We were able to contact all the saints in the Carolinas and go through things, make sure everybody's good. Anybody that isn't, we're working on getting them together. So, but with everything that you guys have put out from earlier, the saints have been readily prepared even before and during coronavirus and stayed that way. So all praises to a higher. Everything's whatever happens, happens. But faith in the Most High is the best medicine.
Well, all praises be to the Most High. Hold on one moment. All praises be to the Most High. I'm going to place you on hold one moment, okay, brother?
God.
All right. And you see, brothers and sisters, they're up on it. I'll tell you right now. They're preparing their homes for the worst case scenario. And that's fine. If nothing happens, then that's good too. We have extra goods to share amongst the saints. 314 area code. The end time selection. What does this election mean for you? And when did the world start hating these politicians in particular? Because I'm hearing our people all in the hood. Even my mother was saying, and we used to go to Trump Plaza, the Taj Mahal, and blacks were once synonymous with Trump. It seemed like everybody hates Trump, and I'm still. Even my mother was saying she don't understand it. Like, what did Trump do? Not that I'm a proponent for Trump. It's just showing you how anytime they would like to trigger us for this selection or election period, they can do so. And it don't have to make any type of sense at all. How it doesn't for us. We're triggered by everything and we go straight for one side against the other. So maybe there is something I missed that he did, or let's deal with the other side. Why should we choose any side, left or right? And if there is a reason for that, call in. Why should we choose either side? And then at the end of it, we'll state or show, well, what does the Bible says concerning putting another nation over our people? Let's get that, lawyer. 314 area code.
Shalom, elders. How y'all doing this evening?
We're blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to us, sister.
All right. This is Sister Tara here in Dallas area. And I tell you what, there's just so much that I would go into that I might. Few things, though. You ask, what are we doing? I'll say that this is not just like, oh, we just have to wait till right now, and now all of a sudden we're going to get going. Thanks to you and this teaching and me moving here to Dallas, being under such great local leadership under Bishop Azan, you know, I've been preparing for a long time. So definitely more fasting, more praying, you know, working with some of the sisters. We get together doing that a lot more. Definitely joined with another sister. We moved in together because we were both kind of single, decided to join forces and live together, give up our little independence. So getting together, doing that, working on improving health. So just doing a lot of those things and other activities that would result if somebody did try to, you know, run in on us or whatever. Not that we're Rambo or bad girls, but I think between us we can make them know it was a bad idea to try that. So we're definitely, you know, just doing those things, trying to get ourselves prepared mentally, spiritually, emotionally, keeping our eyes on the prize, you know, and just following you on to the end. I got a nice little box that I have labeled as panic. And the moment you panic, Elder Ricard, I'm going to open it, and that's when I'm going to panic. So that's going to be my day to panic, is when I see you panic. One other little thing I noticed you talked about earlier about just some of these fear tactics that they're bringing out. I'm going to have to tell my age a little bit, but I grew up in the 80s. And one of the things I remember is the Cold War. You know, they had the yellow day, red day, orange day, alerts kind of thing, you know. All of it's kind of like playing on the psyche of people. And I don't know if you kind of remember some of that, but that's some of the same things that I kind of see them doing with all of the button pushings that they're doing now. And the last thing I was going to mention, you said what was going on that makes people all of a sudden just jump up and hate another group, you know, or a particular
politician.
Person with the Democrats and
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, politician. Go on.
Oh, I was just thinking. Yeah, the politicians, yeah. It just kind of brings me back to, you know, we were staunchly, as a people, staunchly Republican until the 1930s, when Roosevelt, you know, at the time, President Roosevelt invited Booker T. Washington to the White House, and it was all of a sudden, oh, the Democrats are so cool. They were no longer the people who've been lynching us all this time, but now they're really cool and let's all be Democrats. So it just kind of shows you how, as a people, we are constantly, you know, swayed one way, you know, or another, just by their agendas and stuff. So this election doesn't really mean a lot to me, because either way, I'm waiting for Christ's kingdom. So that's where I am with it.
Well, thank you, sister, and I really appreciate it. And yes, I'm glad, number one, that you have exercised your constitutional right of protection, and that's number one. Number two, and it's too bad you'll never open that panic box, because if you're waiting for me to panic, if you're waiting,
yeah, I said when my leadership panics, that's I got a whole box just ready
hey,
to go.
listen,
that's the moment that I'm going
listen,
to
hey, you must have that thing. You must have a serious lockup on that thing, because we understand the angels are before us, and the Most High have set up Esau like Pharaoh to show his power. So the whole deal is, and I'm going to place you on hold, sister. Listen, you'll never see any panic in us. That's why I say watch these people who try to come to you and say, oh yeah, I spoke to elders, man, and I don't know what's going on. I mean, it seems like they're procrastinating. If they come up to you like that, you're dealing with a devil that's trying to get in your pockets. Because he's trying to He's trying to come up with a plan to use your money. Okay, this is usually 10 times out of 10 when we seen these characters, this is how they roll. They'll strategically sit back and see who's holding something amongst a certain number of people. And eventually he'll start saying little things, or she'll start saying little things, and yeah, I'm having a cookout. I want to invite y'all over. It seemed like the Most High, it seemed like there's a glow. And when I seen you, there was a halo over you, and I got discernment that you've been spiritual for a long time. When really they found out that you have a personal business or something, and is looking to, get next to you. So what they do is yeah, man, I don't know what's going on with the elders, man. I don't know. But the halo on you, brother, I'll tell you right now, you all seem like you almost floated up in here. And I'm going to tell you right now, the elders don't know what they're doing. They don't have a plan. And, I got a few nickels. Let's put something together and, so that we can flee. This is what they do, folks. Folks, if someone tell you that they spoke to the elders and this, that, and the other, know, and it's something outside of what you've heard here, know that the devil is in your presence. And as soon as I get on the phone and speak to them, you know what I mean? All of a sudden, they have stuttering problems. I'm like, hold up. Brother, who said that? Well, next thing you know, pew, they out with a cloud of dust, leaving everyone else just just out there by themselves. Folks, if anyone say anything to you outside of what we're saying, know that they're the devil. When they say we don't have a plan, then you got to ask them, well, okay, so that means you have the plan then. What is this plan? See? Be very careful, folks. A nation divided against itself cannot stand. We're working, when we're not on here, we're working towards what happens next. But you have to be in order with the body that's established to be guided. That's all. If you're in the body, you understand what the plan is. The plan is to get in the Bible and overcome your sin. And let the leaders lead. And you know what? And that's hard for our people, because you know what that takes? You know what that takes? That takes our people, for the first time, we're being put in a posture in which we have to trust our own people. I mean, for the first time, we're being put in a position where the Most High is going to have it where we must lean on and trust one another. And that's hard for our people. Let me read this real quick. And this is why there's no panic with us. Romans, the 9th chapter. I'm going to read this. And Lloyd, if you have to say something, you can come on in at any time. Let me bring you in here. Let me bring you in, Lloyd. So if you need to say something at any time, they slide you on in here. There you go, young man. Let me slide you in. There you go. Yeah. In Romans, the 9th chapter, let me go there and let you understand why there'll never be no panic. Usually some guy coming around, pocket watching and seeing what's going on, saying, okay, I'm going to get him. She look a little scared. How many nickels she can put together? All right. Let's go. Maybe this guy over here got a few shekels. And next thing you know, they're having a powwow at an Airbnb, sitting around talking about, yeah, let's put the money in a pot to flee. Simple as a day's old. Let me read this real quick. And guess what? With no plan either. And usually I'll find out after someone is stranded somewhere, someplace, or out there someplace they shouldn't be. Now, we're being called in to save a scenario. Let me read this real quick. Romans, the 9th chapter, reads this. It says here, 9 and 13, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Why? Because the Most High gave the law to Jacob, and Esau, when he was established, turned his back on God, sold his birthright, lost the blessing, and made an alliance with Satan. And it says, so then, let me jump straight to 9 and 15. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion whom I will have compassion. So then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of the Most High that showeth mercy. For the scripture saith, and it's talking about Esau right now, right? Because Jacob and Esau came out together. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, for even this same purpose have I raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout the earth. So the Most High have set a scenario that as the children of Israel, with their backs against the wall with no hope, like it was coming out of Egypt when there was a fire on one side and water on the other. And guess what? You had Pharaoh's army charging in to kill us. The Most High had it set up exactly, perfectly, to a degree in which we, under normal circumstances, would fear. And then what did the Most High do? He sent that chariot of fire. He told Moses, put that staff down, and the Reed Sea opened. It opened into 12 separate streams so that the 12 tribes of Israel can walk through. And he destroyed Pharaoh and his army in the waters with their back was to the wall. And right now, with this COVID thing going on and with the military going on, guess what? The Most High said he set them up so that he can show his presence. The angels are amongst us. And anyone that's going to, oh my God, oh Babylon, la, 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 and not realize you must use the faith of the Most High, you're going to get drowned in the waters with Pharaoh. Okay? You're going to get drowned in the waters. The Most High has set the stage so that we'll know he was always with us. In our lowest state, when our back was against the wall and we had nothing, the angels, ministering spirits, was sent in this earth to show a path, show a way, to give us an idea to get through. And the Most High have never worked with any of the prophets or teachers differently. So if you see some man over emotional trying to stir people up into a tizzy, know that he has the devil, the Baphomet devil up in him. The Most High have set the stage so that Esau can seem as if he's impenetrable. He set him up like Pharaoh, gave him antimatter weapons, gave him the knowledge to make the nuclear bomb. He even allowed them to be able to crack the atmosphere and go out in space so that everyone can believe that Esau is impenetrable. And he did that so that the children of Israel, Jacob, when we begin to cry and pray towards him and come back to his law, that he will show his presence and let us know, listen, sons and daughters, I was with you the whole time. Watch your daddy work. And I don't like to use words like this, but keep in mind, folks, the Most High hasn't raised punks. And I hate to use words like that, but you have people running around, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my fringe, where my fringes at? Where my fringes? Where my mitri? Esau's coming. The devil's on that person. Straight out. The Most High ain't raising girls, and you got boys, grown men running around. Oh, well, the elders, I don't know what they're doing. The Esau's coming. Let's go. Let's go, folks. This is our time. And understand this. The fall of this empire mean the rising of the children of Israel. Daddy got us. Okay? Let's go. Let's go down the line. (703) area code. You're live. 703. Let's go. Come on. All right, we're going to get to the next call then. All right, 703, you're not there. Sorry about that. We're going to go to the next. Oh, I'm sorry, 703. 703. Let's go. You're live.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, talk to us.
Shalom, Elder.
The end time selection. Who you think going to win tonight? But don't worry about that. What does this election mean for you? Talk to us. Okay, that's what it means. The call drop. All right, 267 area code. Don't worry about it. If you call in, sister, I'll put you at the top of the line. Maybe your call disconnected you, whatever. Don't worry about it. 267 area code and 314 area code. Shalom. 267, you're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. No? 267. Okay, I know the lines are working, so. 314 area code. Let's try 314. Shalom, you're live. 314.
Shalom, Elders.
Shalom, you're live.
My name is Christina from St. Louis, Missouri. I am calling, this is off topic a bit. I'm calling regarding baptism and fellowship in St. Louis, Missouri.
Sister, this ain't off topic a little bit. This off topic all the way.
Okay.
But don't worry about it, sister. We're gonna work it out with you, okay? All right. But I just want to put it out there. We're not going to make this a baptism line, but that's what we're here for. We're here to save souls. All right, Elder Lawyer, I need you to give Elder Lawyer, please give her the baptism email. Send an email now, sister, and we'll get someone to reach out tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Elder Lawyer,
Yes,
what is it for the sister?
Yes, sir. GOCC Baptisms at gmail.com. That's baptism with an S.
Okay, thank you.
Is that good enough for you, sister?
Yes.
Okay.
Shalom.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm not gonna let you go without giving some insight on the topic real quick.
Okay.
What's going on with the other?
Well, what I have.
Let me ask you this
What I have
question.
seen in my area a lot is.
Yeah. Go on.
What I have seen in my area a lot is people saying that they're going to vote and this is the most important election for them. I'm not sure exactly why they feel that way, but that's just what I'm seeing in my area.
Okay, so what they're saying is this is the most important election in the history of elections.
For them, yes.
Why?
I'm saying that a lot.
Why?
I'm not sure why they're saying that. And I think as far as the Trump situation is I think it is a lot of media-driven feelings regarding him being a racist is why people don't want him to win.
Okay, so Trump is a racist. Maybe I missed what he did that would be considered racist. What did he do? What did he do that was considered racist?
Personally, I'm not sure I'm not sure personally what he's done, but I'm saying in regards to what other people are saying about him.
Because let's say that it's 100% true that Trump is racist, right? Even though, there's some noise in the background. I'll place you on hold real quick, right? Just say 100%. Let's just say 100% he's racist, right? So let's pit up one racist against the next. Trump. Did he write the law that would incarcerate black men and black women, specifically black men, under any laws that was passed, such as Biden's law? Where we would, the 3-strike rule law, even if one of the strikes happened underage as a juvenile, you would, at 3 strikes, you spend the rest of your life in jail. That was Joe Biden. Right? So, is Joe Biden racist? Because, yes, just say what they're saying is true. And I don't understand, I mean, for real, someone out there, please give me some insight on why do people deem him racist? What did he say? What did he do? Maybe I'm missing that. Or is this more the media telling us that he's racist? Is that what it is? Let's go down the line. You have something?
Yeah, I was going to say, the painful part about it is that people become biased on their racism too. Because I noticed that you even had people in the chat mentioning, okay, well, he put Issachar, for example, in the little residential centers where it was the fencing and stuff. But yet, nobody's saying, what about Obama when he had this whole promise to close Guantanamo Bay, and yet there were people sitting in that thing getting whipped and beaten and doing everything else. So it's like we're selective in our who can be racist and who's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the thing is, the reality is, we're not for either side. We're just making the point of, are you really dealing with a logical decision here, or are you just going with everybody else here?
Yeah.
You know?
And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous expecting a politician. You understand? To fit any particular narrative as someone for philanthropy or to care for others. A politician is a politician. And they'll usually lean more so towards any demographic that will allow them to stay in office. Okay? Which means if being starch racist will pander to a demographic that will tip the scales to keep them in office, that's what they'll do. That's why Biden years ago made the Biden law and said he's going to be tough on crime and was calling us animals and all that, because at that time it was politically advantageous for him to do that. And that's what kept him in office in the 80s and in the 90s. Right? So now it's not politically advantageous for him to say the things he said in the 80s and 90s, because the pendulum has swung the other way now. When it was okay to be outright racist, he was on that side, saying I'm going to be tough on these animals, I'm going to this, that, and the other, because as a politician is jockeying for votes. He don't care, he don't care one way or the other. It depends on which way the wind is blowing. So what do you expect from a politician? You had something to say, Gaja? Was that Gaja? All right.
No, that was me. I'm just
okay, go ahead, lawyer.
Yeah, I was just concurring with what you were saying. You have to realize, as a politician, you do what is advantageous for whatever purpose, whoever's lining your pockets, or for whatever political purpose suits you for the time. That's the rhetoric that you tend to spill. And that's just historically been the case when it comes to politicians. So me personally, answering that question as far as when did Trump become such a, a repudiated individual, to where people who have stood by him and have been taking pictures with him for decades have now turned out and are now pointing at him and saying that he's a racist. We made this statement last week on the Wednesday show. A person doesn't become a racist overnight. So if he's racist now, that means that he was racist when he took the pictures with P. Diddy. He was racist when he took the pictures with Snoop. He was racist when he was in the pictures with Mike Tyson, Don King. But those people, and let's just say from a hypothetical standpoint, if he was racist at that time, those people were willing to put that to the side for whatever business acquisitions, whatever things they could, gain.
Benefit.
Okay, whether fame, fortune, or what have you. They were willing to put those things to the side for a moment to get those pictures with Donald Trump. Okay? So it all goes into this, as we're mentioning, right now it is politically advantageous for him to be promoted as such. And here's me personally, here's why I think that it's politically advantageous for him to be promoted in this fashion. Okay? You have to understand that America and eventually the whole world is going under what you call a great reset. And as you were mentioning earlier, Elder, this great reset is deeper than just financial. It's a political reset. It changes the way we do business. It changes the way we think. Okay? It changes everything about the world around us. And one thing about Trump, you have to realize that this hatred that's being built up for Trump per se, and I'm putting that in quotations, is not necessarily about Trump the individual, more so than it is about Trump the idea and what he represents. What he represents, for example, just a few things: white male, proud, capitalist, traditional family. These are all the labels that come with the Trump. With this great reset, they're trying to eliminate anything that is associated with what America traditionally stands for. This is being switched over from ideas of capitalism and things of that nature over to a more communist type system, with a government, as it was with the welfare system taking care of poor communities, now will become a welfare system for the whole country. Okay? Traditional families. These are things that America used to stand for, or at least on the surface used to stand for, which are being pegged in with Donald Trump, the image of Donald Trump. But all of that, in order for this to be reset, they have to eliminate that image in order for the new image to be put forward and represented on a wide scale, so to speak. So that's my take on that particular position.
Okay, so on one side of the spectrum, let's just highlight, just examining things for a moment. Let's highlight, what do Democrats stand for? What are the bullet points that represents a Democrat? What do they stand for? And what are the bullet points for Republicans? Like, what is it? I can't even say the value system of the Democrats. I can't even. I was going to ask you, what is it? What is the value system on either side? Right? Because personally, I'm not a Democrat or Republican, but if I didn't know the Bible and my vote, and if I wasn't Elder Lawyer casting my vote for Christ, I wouldn't be a Democrat.
Right.
And the reason why because it would be, listen, I wouldn't be a Democrat strictly because I'm not for the total decimation of family. I'm not for a new definition of family. I'm not for trans rights. I'm not for the letter people's rights, because they're lumping our plight in with all these other things that has nothing to do with us traditionally. See what I'm saying? So I don't see myself aligned with a party that would tell women, that would empower our women to not be behind their man, that would empower feminism and the spirit that have destroyed our families, that's causing all this chaos where black man and black woman can't even come together without fighting through that social construct that divided us. Feminism. I can't find myself, like, I couldn't find myself in good earnest supporting anything in which it's okay to kill a baby. Look what they've aligned us with as a choice. Like, okay, I'm for making sure there's no racial injustice. I'm for a reform in which cops don't just shoot black men. Like, of course I have to be for that. Right? I'm for that. But look what else I have to accept along with that. Now if it was just, they were just running on prison reform and make it where the cops don't do things to us and changing the justice system, and that was it, I would say, well, okay, understand it. But they're lumping us in with all these things that doesn't traditionally align with who we are as a people. That's the problem. When you look at the Republican side, it's more simpler. Outright, therefore, traditional family, therefore, Judeo-Christian values, therefore, American old red, white, and blue and apple pie, therefore farming, therefore small government, therefore, the right to protect themselves when it comes to bear arms in case there's a tyrannical government that looks to overthrow them.
Mm-hmm.
They for family. So I'm like, man, what a trick bag. They make it where the white race under Republicans are those that are of high value. They are of high value when it comes to traditions and the things that God would actually lean towards blessing when it comes to value. And they done lumped us in with all the crazies.
Right. But you see, Elder, all of those values you just mentioned, let's take the political party out of the way. Just think about the values. Because those values are associated with the political party, the media plays it to where we, being African Americans, we now, because we associate these things with the Republican Party, and we have a hatred for the Republican Party, not saying that we shouldn't, okay? Not saying that we even should support the Republican Party.
Yeah.
But it's those values that are associated with the Republican Party that they want to get rid of altogether. So now, because all those things have been pegged and have been associated with the Republican Party, they now have us being used as puppets to pretty much be the enemies of not just the party itself, but the ideas or the ideologies that have been associated with the party, which you have just mentioned.
Let me ask you, of course, right? If I was just someone from, just say I came from another world and I entered into America and understood and seen the bullet points on either side. And I was just, without any influence for either side, I was asked a question. If you had to choose, if you were a godly person and had to choose just based on face value, on what they claim they represent, because we all know it's two wings of the same bird. Don't get it twisted. But just say if I had to choose between both of these sides, and I was a person with morality and who believed in God, would I be Democrat or would I be Republican?
And that's a very good question. And before I answer the question, let me repeat some of the things you just stated so that people don't think that, we don't get eggs thrown at the house and, someone comes and firebombs the house. If we're talking about a party that on the surface represents traditional family values, a party that represents the ability and the right to protect your family legally, we're talking about a party that, all of those values that we aforementioned, then obviously, you know, you would go for the Republican Party on the surface. That's a no-brainer. Versus a party that's, you know, with, you know, abortion of black children and, you know, all the things that come with that. Obviously, the obvious choice would be the Republican Party.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have a party, even I'm just saying, like, you only have one side that's promoting a slut walk. I'm like, what are you lumping us in with?
Right.
I'm like, are you kidding me? Yeah. So now I'm gonna tell you, now that it's coming out that we're starting to wake up, that this was the party that was used to keep us down and destroy us all together. We've been sleeping with the enemy. They just say, well, listen, y'all don't have to vote. If this guy come in, we're burning the whole thing down, because the majority of our finances, being a white liberal in power, has been aligned to your poverty. All these programs you do get in the social programs you're receiving under socialism is because white liberals are over these programs. So this is how they send their children to school and is able to be a school teacher in your neighborhood to help you underprivileged people, but to go back into their suburbs and not have to worry about the gunshots and all that stuff that happens in our neighborhoods. They're able to financially aggrandize themselves off of us, and then they'll go just live in the suburbs across the street from their Republican buddy they golf with. The only difference is your buddy lawns have Trump on it, and on your lawn, you'll have Biden.
Mm-hmm.
But you're both living in safe haven away from the chaos that you both created. 480 area code. He's been waiting a while, so let me put 480, you're live. 480.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, so are you the one in the chat saying 480, 480?
No, that's not me. I haven't said anything in the chat at all.
Okay, well, let me hold you, and I'm going to bring you back in a second. Let me bring the other 480 in, and then I'll bring you in next, okay? A matter of fact, no, you're on. You might as well go ahead. Go ahead. Your name.
I just wanted to tell you, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth a minute ago saying about the two wings of the same bird, but I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. My name is Jay.
How you doing, Jay?
They're talking about boarding up the downtown business windows and all that tonight. I live in a white suburb district out here, and they always got down the street. They got people, protesters on one side, the Trump supporters on one side, the Black Lives Matter people on the other side, but it's the Black Lives Matter people, they all white. So I think that when we talk about Trump being racist and things like that, I think we're kind of just maybe overlooking the fact that they are two wings of the same bird, and they taking orders from their superiors. But we can't forget that these people they act like they enemies out in the public, but they meet in their back rooms with their multi-million-dollar deals and all that. So I don't see where we focus on if he's a racist or not. But on that fact that we think he's a racist, that just comes from because most white people, they love Trump. I mean, at least where I'm at, most white people love Trump. So if, you know, people, especially the brothers, if we think that the white people love him, we gonna kind of perceive it in a racist kind of way. But I mean, I just think we just got to remember that these people are all on the same. They take their orders from their bosses upstairs, and they represent the same agenda.
And let me ask.
I have to say pretty much.
Well, thank you, brother. I'm gonna ask you over in Arizona. Do they have those next downtown, next to the center city there? Do they have those tent cities of homeless in your area too? Because it seems like in all these cities, Black Lives Matter have these tents set up for homeless people. Do they have that out in Arizona also? In Arizona?
They do have the tent areas set up, but I don't know if it's the Black Lives Matter people behind it or not. I don't know, but I know they do got the tent areas set up downtown.
Yeah.
Let me add this too, if I can. I appreciate everything y'all brothers doing, man. Everything y'all doing. I ain't been on y'all for a couple of weeks now, to be honest with you, but I appreciate everything y'all doing. But I've been on this study and path of research and waking up to the Most High for the last 10 years.
Praise the Most High.
I wanted to add this real quick, and this does have to do with the election and all that. When you had Cube on there before, I mean, Q works to the tune of $160 million, blah, blah, blah. How can we, don't we got to use discernment on that? Because these people ain't going to give nobody a platform that they don't want to give nobody the platform to. Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Well, let me say this before you go, and this is what we have to break out of, though. This is what we have to break out of. It seems as if our people can't do anything without some level of skepticism attached to it. And it's a shame that no disrespect to you, brother, we really have to grow beyond that. We only do this to our people where if they're looking to put themselves out on a limb for us, it must be something wrong. It must be, there must be some type of unseen agenda. We become skeptical, but the Bible tells us, brother, that an evil suspicion have overthrown the judgment of many. So we can't suspect that someone have done wrong or has wrong intentions until they show that. Because I'm going to tell you this, brother. Ice Cube didn't have nearly the finances that Moses had. Moses was Prince of Egypt. Now, can you imagine Moses today, before he gave up his position, would have been considered a multi-billionaire. Can you imagine him in that position being second in command, Prince of Egypt? Over the military of Egypt and all that. Now he's amongst his people. And guess what? That's why there was some divide even in the wilderness, because people always thought that there was an angle because you was on the other side. How dare you? You don't know what we've gone through. Where's your angle? But he gave up his power. He gave up his riches. Just so that he can understand what it is to suffer amongst his people. It tells us that in Hebrews. That it took faith. So when a brother put his career on the line and he stands for his people, we must get behind it until he show us otherwise. The devil have taught us to look at everything our people do with some level of skepticism. Is it possible God has pricked the heart of Ice Cube, brother? Is that possible?
Absolutely. That is possible. Anything with God.
Exactly.
Anything with the Most High is possible.
Exactly. So let's give our people the benefit of the doubt until they show us otherwise. Because it's not. No, listen. No. Let me hold on. Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, there's nothing more heartbreaking than when a person is sacrificing for his people only to get negative pushback when they're not doing even a tenth of sacrificing. There's nothing more heart-wrenching when someone loves his people enough to put his own self on the line, you understand, only to get pushback. But guess what? It comes with the territory. And people wonder why I don't smear Kanye West or smear Ice Cube or look at everything with a sideways angle. You know why? Because I'm hopeful that the Most High can deal with our brothers like he deals with us. I'm hopeful for that. I'm hopeful that the Most High can deal with his sisters like he dealt with Sarah. I'm hopeful of that. Okay? For far too long, we as black men have been getting attacked that there is no good black men. A black man won't stand up for his people. And now when someone does, he's still treated with some level of skepticism. You check that out, lawyer?
Yes, sir.
See what I'm saying?
Sir.
Our brother do something against all odds with every side coming at him. And let me tell you, they had to come at him because we're at a political juncture, and he's the one made it where they had to pay attention to it, because it was strategic how he did it with Dr. Claude Anderson and the others. They timed this. They knew exactly when to do it in which they would get the most attention. When we were in the last 2 weeks, drumming up to when they'll have the election, where they had to pay attention to it. And again, has anyone else came with a plan for Black America? Yeah.
Now, the point we also make a lot that people keep letting go of their head, not everyone, but
yeah,
is that even if he's 100% boule, like I'm seeing in the chat and all
yeah,
that stuff, right? Just think of it this way. There's still people who will see his message and come to the truth. So it's not necessarily about us psychoanalyzing each person that comes across that may be in some place of influence. Like, the bottom line is the truth is spreading, and it's not just coming through regular means that you would assume. You know, so it's not, you know, whatever it may be going on there, sometimes it benefits.
Look, listen, this guy Reek Judah, we give people too much leeway all the time. We do? Who do we give leeway to? So brother, that's a dishonest comment. We give leeway to others, but not amongst each other. We never give each other, our people, leeway. So he's saying we give too much leeway all the time, so I believe you should be skeptical. Nah, you shouldn't be skeptical, because that's what? The Bible calls that an evil suspicion. That's what the Bible calls that. That's almost tainting someone guilty until they prove to you in your little paradigm that they should be trusted. If they didn't do anything wrong, how can you view them skeptically? Unless they have given you reason to. And that's what's wrong with our people. We've been broken so long, we trust nothing. So I couldn't be that way. That means I wouldn't give anyone a chance.
Did we ask for contributions or something to it? I mean, I understand.
I'm just saying. And listen, I'm not receiving nothing by saying let's support and let's highlight something positive concerning Ice Cube. I'm encouraged that the Most High put a spirit on our people where we're no longer silenced. If we sit back and say nothing, the black man is weak. We can't win for losing. We sit back and do nothing, we're weak and we won't stand up for our people. If we stand up and do something, we're part of the boule. We are part of some government conspiracy to keep black people down. Man, let me tell you, brothers, we have to do better. Because I don't expect a brother to say that about another brother. I don't expect a brother to be viewing it like that.
No, I get it though.
No.
The internet has made us so paranoid to the point where everybody all the time must be for something.
Yeah.
And I totally get it. But the bottom line is we're not saying vote for Ice Cube. We're just making a point.
Yeah.
There are some good points he's bringing now. And obviously there's people that ain't trying to hear what he's bringing. So, I mean, what's wrong with that?
And another thing I'm saying, and this is why I say that we need to really understand what's going on. We need to really view this. By minimalizing it, we are ignoring what the Most High's doing in prophecy. We are minimizing that. When he says in 2 days he would revive his people, that Judah would begin to rise up, and that would raise the other nations up. It's prophetic. We're minimizing the power of God. So when a man do stand and is willing to lose everything he has to speak for our people, there must be an angle. What angle? He stood up and showed an image of black slaves in Egypt, saying that they couldn't have been white, that they must be Israelites. What angle could he have? that could benefit the other side by putting that up. Now, if he did all that and then at the last minute, he was on the news, he was on CNN saying, well, yeah, let's vote Biden or let's vote Trump. Then I would have been like, well, okay, now we see the trick back. We see the switch and bait. But throughout his whole dialogue, throughout his whole process, he was making it clear. I'm not for either side. I'm for my people. Don't try to lump me in with Republicans and don't try to lump me in with Democrats. Because what we are ignoring is the fact that black people who built this country only share 1% of the finances generated here. And that's unsustainable. Eventually, we will be exterminated if this doesn't change. Right? So I just want to put that out there. I'm going to support my brother until he show me otherwise. And then I hear D.L. Hughley out there saying, well, who's he? He's not politically, he's a street, he was with NWA, D.L. Hughley. He's not politically savvy. He should leave that up to the politicians. Malcolm X was a street hustler. Okay? Malcolm X was a street hustler. Robbing houses, slinging dope, pimping women. Until he seen the light and realized the harm he was doing to our people. And what? We still speak of his work till this day. So don't come to me with some crap about someone needing to be established according to this world. So I'm going to put that out there. It's a shame that anytime our people stand up, he's not getting pushback from white people. Oh yeah, I got to look at him side eyes. Okay, and what you're doing? What work are you doing? So the internet have allowed everyone to be what? Monday morning quarterbacks. Well, what I am, I'm a black power verifier. You know what I mean? My gauge will let me know who's operating in the spirit of righteousness and who has an angle, because man, I'm good with this keyboard and my internet and my computer. Let's go. 480 area code. Let's go. The end time selection. What does this election mean for you? Talk to us. You're live. Were you the one in the that put in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
I apologize about that. I was just trying to get y'all attention. My apologies. I'm Deontay from the Arizona body.
Come on.
All right, Shalom. I was just calling to discuss. At the beginning, I wanted to say that what you're saying and what the lessons that you've been doing on Ice Cube, including the Dr. Anderson, lesson was incredible. The quid pro quo. I've been trying to tell that to everybody, and obviously we're on the two wings on the same bird. But anytime you say that with our people, you're automatically a Trump supporter for some reason. But that's just the nature of the beast. But I wanted to discuss how, that being two wings on the same bird, how, some of the things that Trump and why they're actually calling him, a racist. And one of the biggest things, from back in the 70s, back when he had his apartment complexes and he was, kind of blocking a lot of Israel from being able to rent those places all the way to the Central Park 5 in the early 90s or late 80s, where he took out the whole spread on, on the brothers to try and get them locked up when obviously it was clear they didn't do anything, and they made that Netflix series about them all the way to now during his time as president, where, he called Levi, an S-hole country, or when Ephraim had their earthquake, and, pretty much he's the slow response to come out and, and to visit with them. all the way to, you know, the good old boys being attached to him. So even though as followers of Yeshua, obviously on the surface our morals attached to the Republicans, because there's so much clear outright hate. Because even on their side, we can walk around and we can say that we're not for either one of them. You know, and if we were to choose one of the people, we would be more so Republican. Obviously not for this guy, but you know, in the sense of their morals, you know, they would still, you know, call us N-words to our face. So, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing of why it's they're attached so much. I mean, all the way to him adding 82 different judicials to the Supreme Court, to the appeals court, and only one of them, I think one of them was Issachar, one of them was Judah, and the brother that was Judah, he's the only one that's trying to stop reform. So he's not even, you know, all of Israel's not Israel, but and then a lot of those judges that they added have never even tried a case. So I mean, it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. I have a lot of connections to Philadelphia. I went to school out in Chester, and you know, they even spoke to me about different cases about a brother that was attacked in Center City, and you know, just based on who the judge was, he probably could have went and got 20 years, but because it was more of a liberal judge, he was able to get off. You know, so
okay.
I mean, a lot of those cases, a lot of that's going to
all right.
going to be
What?
issue.
Okay, let me get your name again, brother.
Brother Deontay, I'm from the Arizona body.
Okay, great. Arizona body, yeah. Deacon Greg, my man, Pots and Pans. He's been dealing with it for a long time.
Yes,
I mean, yeah, what a
sir.
dedicated brother.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about this real quick, brother. You wouldn't have known about the Central Park 5 scenario if it wasn't strategically put in place near a time in which they were beginning the will machine running for the elections starting last year. So the whole thing is I'm saying, listen to me. No one was
from New York, so that's what we did.
I got that, but you notice that the first election with Donald Trump, and I'm not defending him, I'm just showing you how the media machine can concentrate something on and make it a political, you know, component before an election. Because no one heard about the Central Park. No one heard about. We're thinking about the Central Park 5. In the first run up an election, when Donald Trump was running against Hillary Clinton. And it was closer, it was 4 years closer to the Central Park 5 at that time. I just want to show you how it wasn't placed on your consciousness. What was placed on our consciousness the first cycle was what? Him talking about he grabbing a woman and all that, and him being a womanizer. Now listen. Why? Why? Now look at the politics of this. Listen to the politics of this. Because he was running against a woman. So they were trying to paint him a misogynist. So they conveniently used that scenario politically to try to get women against him. Now, even though he did that, they didn't use the Central Park 5 until now, when they realized that they didn't have enough black people voting in the last election. So now they start, the campaign sat down and say, well, listen, it's not about the woman right now. Right now, black young men and others didn't vote during the first election cycle against Hillary. So what we got out there that can actually trigger black people? Oh, the Central Park 5. Let's do a Netflix. Get it out. Let's get the production rolling. And now, I'm not saying that the brother is that the guy isn't racist, that he didn't do all these things. What I'm saying is everything that they're putting out there is politically driven.
Absolutely agree.
There you go.
I mean, even all the pandering with the rappers, all of that.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
It's all politically driven. Because guess what? When Central Park 5, when that thing started happening, it was right after that Netflix thing, and all black people in the neighborhood for the whole week. And I'm looking at this. And I was seeing right through it. I'm like, well, okay. This is the first strike. This is the first strike over the barrel now. This is all politics leading to the next election. Because black people didn't, I'll put you on hold, black people didn't show enough support the first time. So now they needed to get something that can trigger black people into voting. All right. So I'm going to put you back on hold, brother. And thank you. I'm put you back on hold. No problem. And I'm glad I was able to grab you in. Where you were. All right.
Let me say this as well, Elder, real quick before you go to the next call.
Go ahead.
You have to remember the Central Park 5 happened when? The early 90s?
Yeah.
Those images of Trump that we showed you earlier, or that we were mentioning earlier, with the rappers, with P. Diddy, with Snoop Dogg, and those guys, those pictures are much later or came after the Central Park 5, which means that they were willing to ignore that portion of history with Trump, putting out the ad and what have you, to take pictures with Trump, to do business with Trump, so on and so forth. So it still shows that, as you're mentioning, all of this is done strategically for political purposes. They had knowledge of that. Snoop had knowledge of that. P. Diddy had knowledge of that, but it didn't stop them from taking images with him. So why all of a sudden now they're upset with him and calling him racist and things of that nature? It's all political.
Look at that. And so did the people of our neighborhoods that supported him, watched his TV show. You know what I'm saying? We're all cool with him. So it doesn't make any sense why we're talking like this.
Yeah, and I remember, check it out. I remember like all the music conventions that used to have every year in the AC. Guess where all the black entertainers and everyone went to get put down for the music conventions? Trump Plaza, the Taj Mahal. So all of a sudden, I'm just saying, I'm not saying he's not racist, but now it's convenient for all of us to call him racist, the same guy that it was cool to be in his presence just 15, 20 years ago. And that 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and that was after the Central Park 5 thing happened. Come on, man. It's all politics. All right, let's go down the line. Let's get the people in now. Right? Good point, Elder Lawyer. All right, let's get a few people in. 585 area code. Who's winning the election right now? What do you got there?
That's hard to say these days.
We have your rock chiming in. I guess
Google, man.
Google. I guess the same people counting the COVID cases is giving us the numbers on who's winning.
They it's crazy.
They're just popping numbers up there. Yeah, but we know the Electoral College, they had it in the bag before people came out. But let's go. What they saying there?
It depends. It's like electorals, maybe Biden right now.
Yeah.
Shalom,
Shalom, 585 area code. Let's go. Let's talk to it.
Shalom. This is Brother Don from Raleigh Body. Speaking on Trump, first and foremost, I've been in Virginia. I travel domestically, mostly, in America, and I noticed that people in 2015 were calling him a racist due to, the migration of the poor black people that moved out of the neighborhood to be gentrified in Virginia. That was the only accusation they pulled on him. But I noticed they were trying to continue to stir up the pot with Trump even before he even came out during Obama's election. So.
Okay, now
and I know Biden as well.
Okay, check this out. Let's deal with the regentrified thing, because I'm hearing a lot of people going to that right now, and that becomes a talking point, right? Let's deal with the regentrification for a second, right? You had the guy that was from Wu-Tang, right? I forgot his name, but he had a statement. He said that, listen, when it came to Staten Island, there was areas that only black people could actually get because the whole area was actually ran down and all that. And these were areas that were just put to the side strictly for poor black contractors. to a degree in which you can actually buy a house for $1 if you are willing to put money into it, repurpose it, so that it can raise the taxes or raise the property value in that respective area. And it was at a time where only our people could get it. I remember on Diamond Street, I lived 15th and Diamond, and they had dollar houses on Diamond Street. Right there for us to get. But no, we didn't get them. We just sat there, and what we would do in those old houses, I was there where drug dealers would take the houses that was abandoned, and they would turn them into makeshift crack houses. I don't know if I'm sure on my age, but I don't like regentrification and what it stands for. But there's a lot of programs out there where we can get the houses for almost nothing, but we don't get them. And no one is talking about that. No one is even mentioning the fact that there's places where you can go where outside interests can't even get the property because it's only allocated for the poor or what they call the underprivileged in the neighborhood. But we'll just let it sit there. And when someone else come there and buy it and get tax breaks for fixing it up, right? What we do, we say that the area is being regentrified. When we sat there and seen the house and didn't go downtown to see if it was available. So it's time that we start getting up and you know what I mean, and taking some responsibilities, you know, for what's going on amongst us. It's time for us to do that. But go on.
Yeah, now Biden as well, you know, he ain't no better because doing a lot of the tax break, him doing the socialism things is no different than Marxism and being communism. So I've been hearing from a lot of my clients that I do work with in lawn care, they've been telling me, you know, one guy asked me, he's like, you know, it don't matter really who wins the election, you know, whoever you voted for, you know, I just hope they win. And I just looked at him and he kept the conversation going. He's like, he continues on and he says, well, whoever comes elected, who you vote for? I'm like, Christ. And he was like, yeah, you know, that's not the first time I heard that, you know, Lord's will. So I know that these Gentiles, too, they already know the program. They already know it's involving our people and it's for our people. You know, they don't have any hand in it. They're just waiting for our people to react, and then therefore they have the training and understanding of what they do. So I just encourage our people to wake up at this time and really draw close to the Most High. The water elder.
Well, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I have, the person wanted baptism, so I'll just make sure I put this down and paste it here. People have creative ways of letting us know, I tell you that. I have the number there, so you can delete it, because I don't want, you know. You can put that out with 3,000 people on that chat if you want. Exactly. I tell you, you're going to have some uncomely characters calling you up at night. I tell you this right now. Let's see. I mean, even though the majority of the people in here are good people, but who knows? You might have an apologetic of you might have an apologetic lurking in the wings somewhere. And they'll play on your phone all night over there. All right, so let's go down the line here. I know I get a laugh out of Lloyd with that one. I mean, he'll call your phone and hit one of those corny raps for you. A hip hop, hippity hop. Yeah, he's Sugar Hill style. Let's go down the line. I think this is someone from the UK. The End Time Selection. What does... Shalom. You're live.
Hello.
You're from the UK, huh? Come on in.
Shalom.
Shalom. Talk to us.
Okay. Shalom.
Your name and...
Am I on?
You're on. Your name and what you have for us. The End Time Selection.
Okay. Sorry, Elder. Shalom. My name is Kay, and I'm calling from London. I'm calling about not necessarily the election, but from my point of view. I have sickle cell anemia, so I'm not really out there like most people. But from my point of view, I don't watch TV. So I'm making sure that I'm not going to be upset about COVID numbers, about the election, about any of that. I'm just trying to stay on the straight and narrow. I'm taking the lessons on making sure I've been prepared. I'm making sure I'm buying, as you said, extra water, extra food, and because I have to drink a lot, I'm making sure I've got a lot of water. So, yeah, I'm just preparing and making sure that I'm okay. I don't live very far from my family, so I'm trying to bring my family into the truth. Luckily, my younger brother is halfway there. My two older brothers, not so much, they don't want to hear it. And my mum, I'm getting through to her. And a few of my nephews. I have a large family. I've got 14 nieces and nephews and 7 greats. So I don't have any children myself. I'm not married either, and that's the reason why I didn't have any children. But yeah, I'm just making sure that I take all the lessons in, continue studying, been in the academy, which has helped me greatly, so thank you for that. It's my first academy.
Sister, and thank you for the support. So let me ask you, what do you think about what you've learned so far in the academy? Just give me your insight and tell others.
It really has blown my mind. Half the things I never knew about. I've never heard of it. I was like, wow. So now I'm telling other people, and they're the same as me, and they're thinking, no, that can't be right. I'm saying, yes, it is. That's exactly what's going on with the Bible. Just read it. It's all in there. It's shocking. It really is.
Well, I'll tell you what.
So, yeah, I'm
Sister,
really happy.
Well, this Sunday, we're going into the split between Israel and Judah. And we're going to also the split between Israel, and we're going to go into the history of our people in Egypt. How, even in the older Bibles, in the King James, they knew that the children of Israel in Egypt were black. And I'm going into that this coming Sunday, right? And there's something else that people didn't know. Christopher Columbus wasn't the first to come to America. All of the tribes, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, we were coming over visiting our brothers over here before Christopher Columbus did. So we're going into that history this coming Sunday. You don't want to miss it.
I really can't wait. But that's something I knew about Christopher Columbus. I know that black people were the first to circumnavigate the earth. They settled basically everywhere.
Yeah.
And made communities wherever they settled.
Yeah.
And the white men were destroying it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which is what they were supposed to do anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know about this. But that's something they try to hide and suppress, because obviously black people know that we were the first to settle everywhere, and then they come up with that big lie that the further north you go, the lighter your skin gets.
Yeah.
Which
yeah. Oh yeah, something else we went into that a lot of people don't know. The origin of the flat earth theory. And the fact that
can't relate to that one.
Yeah. We have the truth about why they're pushing the flat earth, because that was the original place under the earth where Satan had a city, and it was a dome over it. So when people actually go into this flat earth thing, they don't even realize they are acknowledging Satan's first stronghold before the flood. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. It has everything to do with Satan's first stronghold when he became the God of this world after the fall of Adam. The whole flat earth goes way back to ancient Sumerian texts and the acknowledgement and the worship of Satan. We're going into that. We're going to bring that out in the news. We have the proof of that. Okay? It's all, I'm going to tell you straight out, it's all Babylonian and ancient Asian idolatry that's connected with the flat earth. It has nothing to do with what they're claiming. They're putting Satan in the consciousness of all people by distorting the truth and teaching flat earth. That's Satan's world. We're going there this coming Sunday. Thank you, sister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your work. And Elder Gaja, we love you like cook food. And thank you, Elder Roy, as well. Thanks for your hard work.
Yeah. The water.
All praises.
And I've seen people lose their mind of the Lord with this flat earth thing. Yeah, it's sitting on 4 pillars. Okay, so the earth needs support on 4 pillars. Well, yeah, it's sitting on 4 pillars. Okay, so what is the 4 pillars standing on? Then you see their eyes go in the back of their head and a question mark pop up in a cloud now. And they give you that blank stare like, you know, well, I didn't see that online yet. They start nodding back and their eyes start twitching. I didn't see. They didn't give me that online. Get in the academy.
There's actually people called flat earth pastors.
They got flat earth pastors now.
What in the world is that? What scripture is that?
Simple as the days old. When the Bible tell you that the earth is circle, it's sphere. Then they start going in. Well, NASA say. I'm like, oh my! Get in the academy, please. Do yourself a favor. HistoryTimes.org. Now, let's go down the line. Okay, the end time selection. I digress there. HistoryTimes.org. Get in the academy. All right. 501 area code. Now, I've seen people leave the truth of the Bible over the flat earth, over the shape of the earth. And I would sit there with the people. I'd be like, okay, sure. They say there's about 3 billion scriptures telling us about the flat earth. I'm like, give me one. All right. You're live. 501 area code. Okay, someone says, show a scripture, right? I'm going to do this real quick. Okay. Are you with us? Okay. Y'all got to get it together over there. All right, I'm going to pull somebody else in a second. But let me get this real quick. All right. Because I think I learned about shapes. What? In kindergarten? Isaiah 40:22. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. A circle isn't half circle with a bottom. A circle is a circle. This is what we learn in pre-K kindergarten. Isaiah 40:22. Circle. Isaiah 4:22. Hold up. I'm going to help y'all out because I understand what the flat earth ideology does to people's brains. It takes common sense away from people. Right? Let's get it real quick. Right? It's on your screen. Is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers that stretches out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them as a tent to dwell in. So that means all of the Most High creation lives in a circle. That's a circle there. You know, it's a nice little, you know, for my glasses or whatever, you know. It's a cup holder or whatever right there. It's he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. Someone said it could be a flat circle. Yeah, yeah. All right. Hey, knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. Yeah, the flat circle that Satan built his city on. Begin the academy. Get some understanding. All right. Let's go down the line. Right? And people want to go into shapes and straight out. Listen, I tell you what, you don't got to worry about if you don't get it together and understand what time it is. Here's a shape for you. It's about 6 feet by 4 feet, 4.5 feet. It's called a cage. They go a shape for you. Get it together. 770 area code. The end time selection. What does this election mean for you?
Nothing. I was just listening. I didn't mean to be on this.
Did you hit 1, sister?
No, I did not.
It's good to hear from you. I'll place you on hold. Who you think gonna win? Trump or Biden?
Trump.
Oh, hey, you know how people gonna be in front of the White House singing "The Roof Is on Fire." We good at that. Let me place you on hold. And you know I'm gonna tell you right now, we'll be election sliding everything with that thing. The roof is on fire. That's what's gonna be happening if Trump get up in there. Let's go down the line. All right. 561 area code.
Shalom, Elder. Shalom, Elder Lawyer.
Hold up. Someone is asking in our chat, what is the academy? Are you kidding me? Hold on. Hold on. What is the academy? Hold on. I have to play this. This is what the academy is. Look at it. Here's the academy. Look at it. You want to know what the academy is? Listen. It starts off with an important book.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
Where are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
You're invited. HistoryTimes.org. And I'm going to tell you right now, you get into when you get into the Hebrew and Bible Academy, the Bible becomes open to a degree in which you'll understand it like you've never seen it before. Okay? Straight out. Once you learn the key emphasis or how to actually deal with the doctrine of the Bible to a degree in which you totally understand its true doctrine. You can. I'm gonna tell you, and we lay it out. The Bible only teaches one doctrine, and when you understand how to view it, the pages just come to life. You'll totally understand it. Like some people can't read the Bible because it bores them and they fall asleep because they don't understand the narrative. Well, that's laid out so you can understand the narrative, and it makes reading the Bible exciting again. Okay? HistoryTimes.org. I'm telling you. There's nothing like it in the earth. All right. Let me get the brother back on here. 561 area code.
Shalom, elders.
Talking about what's the academy? You must be brand new. But come on, talk to us. Talk to us.
It's Brother Harold from the South Florida body.
How are you?
Here, I'm fine. Here's the thing. They know that nothing prospers or moves forward without Israel in it. So this is why they push for us to vote, get out and vote. Then after they see what we do, then they strategize on what they're going to do. And as far as the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, like you said, they're two wings of the same bird. And you can say bad things about both sides. And as far as Trump goes, Trump shut down the abortion clinics in our neighborhoods. Hillary Clinton said Margaret Sanger is her mentor. And in the 90s, she called us super predators that must be brought to heel. And separated a lot of men from the families. So as far as I go, I wouldn't vote for any of them because I know they're Satan's government. And they're, the orders are coming right down the pipe from him as far as I'm concerned.
So let me ask you this question.
As far as,
okay,
anyway,
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll ask you after you're done. Go ahead.
Okay. And also, we don't put anybody in office because the popular vote doesn't matter. If that was the case, Hillary would have won the election because she won the popular vote. The Electoral College puts the president in office. And as far as Ice Cube goes, if you're not going to do anything to support the brother and help the brother, just sit back and be silent and let him work. Watch what happens.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I got to say, besides I'm still trying to sponsor these 4 people in the academy.
Oh, that's you. That's you. Hold on.
Yeah, that's me.
I'm sorry, brother. I was trying to reach you. Hold on, let me write it down. Let me get your name again, brother.
My name is Harold.
I'm sorry, Harold. I left your information at the church, and then don't worry about it because I think I was able to. You text me through the church line, right?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, it was deleted. I'm sorry, Harold. You're gonna make 4 people happy. Believe me, it's a done deal. Let me ask you, Harold. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay. 52.
Have you ever voted in your life?
I voted for Obama the first time, but after that I didn't vote again.
Okay, all right. So you voted for Obama the first time.
Yeah.
Okay. Did anything change after you voted for Obama?
Absolutely not.
But he voted on promoting change. That was his whole campaign, change. And guess what? When it came to our people, we was left with nothing but what? Change.
Change.
Yeah. That's 2 nickels, 3 pennies, and a quarter. Okay. And guess who? Yeah. Believe it or not, guess who went out the back door with the bag? Who lives did he change? The letter people. So
yeah, he changed a lot of people's lives.
hey, you can't say that you can't say that you can that the politicians cannot do anything for a specific group. I don't want to hear that after all they did for those others. But so you voted for Obama, and let's just talk about black people right now. Are our condition better because of him or worse?
Worse.
Hey,
much worse.
There it is. Yeah, but it's all ceremonial, man. It was about what it represented. It wasn't about what he can do for us. The fact that he was black. I mean, they didn't even give us enough respect to make sure that it was a black mother and a black father. Someone voted in with a black mother and black father. And here's the deep thing about it. And this is, I'm going to show you how twisted things are out there. When we see a brother, our people in the hood see our brother walking down the street with a white woman or marrying a white woman, sisters get upset. They do. I'm talking about from a political standpoint. Now understand why. Because why? There's enough sisters out here who need brothers. Understandably so. But then when you ask who are their favorite president, they say Obama, who was born from a black man who married a white woman. I'm just talking from a political standpoint to show you how confusing people are. Even when it comes to what we support or what we are against. Oh, I thought you was against a black man with a white woman. Well, that's what produced Obama, your favorite president. You can't have it both ways, but that's just the political side of things.
And may I say one more thing?
Yeah. See, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just showing you how politically people are moved like leaves in the wind. It depends on which way the wind blows. We're for something or against something. We're for something, and then we'll be against the same thing the next day. Wishy-washy. And this is why we just need to just stand on the Bible. The Bible is constant. The prophecies of the Bible are constant. People change all the time. But go ahead, brother.
I just wanted to say, I believe that they knew that we were beginning to wake up, so they had to give us something to be a huge distraction, and Obama was that. That's what I believe. That's a huge distraction who did nothing for us. Absolutely nothing.
And it's deep that you're talking about that. So, thank you, brother. Oh yeah, and let me tell you, our people are so fickle and they understand it. When you guess what? When any of you get a chance, go online and check out the Clinton Chronicles. I view that was part of my VHS, showing you my age, my VHS days, tape selection. It was on. I had many VHS tapes, and the Clinton Chronicles were one of them. Of how the political position the Clintons played in Arkansas when it came to what happened in the drug trades and all that was coming into our cities and all that from Arkansas. Look at the Clinton Chronicles. And the only thing he had to do to get us on board to vote for him, and speaking of Bill Clinton, was to play the saxophone on Arsenio Hall. And then I remember my parents and others, they would sit there saying, yo, that's the first black president right there. Old Bill Clinton. I remember those days. Black people loved the Clintons and Bill. He went and learned to play a few notes on the sax and was on the Arsenio Hall show and was voted president because of it. We have to do better. And when you do the research, on the Clintons, Planned Parenthood, eugenics, the killing of our people, the drug trades that came into our areas was straight out of Arkansas. All of that was attached to him before he was president of the United States.
Somebody jokingly said, well, wait a minute, Obama gave us Obama phones. The worst phones on the absolute planet.
Someone said, hold up. You know they trolled him when they said, Obama gave me Obama phone.
The worst phone on the planet.
Oh, my goodness.
Somebody with an Obama phone.
You put that thing up to your head, you get a brain aneurysm. So much radiation coming up off that thing. You got a knot on. You got another head on top of your head. Talking about Obama phone. I'll put it there because I know lawyers cracking up. All right. Talking about, I got an Obama phone. So much radiation coming out of there. You put the phone up to see a number and it blinds one eye. Come on, man. So much radiation up. I got an Obama phone. I'm like, our people got to do better. But it's okay. Because if Obama showed us anything, if we didn't get anything from Obama, you can give up hope receiving anything from anyone else. You can give up all hope if you didn't get anything from Obama. That's it.
That's why we holding out for Christ.
Listen, my vote is for Christ. I cast my ballot, and I need y'all to stop anti-Israelitism. I need y'all to, we need to stand up and stop people hating on Israelites. And my vote is for Christ. All right, let's go down the line. You know, it's good to be able to talk, you know, from a different angle today, to speak in politics or whatever, because it does take, it makes us reflect and go back into when we were growing up and the things of that nature and see the transition. But one thing stayed the same throughout all of these presidents and the transitions, whether it be Republican or Democrat. You know what stayed the same? Our condition. If it didn't stay the same, it became worse. That's one thing that stayed constant. It's our condition. Us living on the bottom floor, being stepped over by everyone else, thinking that, okay, these 4 years, they're going to let me out of the basement to change upstairs. Let me out of the basement so I can change upstairs. They're like, come on up, go ahead, take a shower, you can change real quick. All right, you vote? Okay, you got us in? All right, get back in the basement. All right, let's go. 843 area code.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, Elder. I'm Dana from South Carolina.
Hi, Dana.
Hey, how you doing, Elder? Lawyer, hello to you as well. And the rest of the GLC body.
Shalom.
So I had a couple of points that I want. Shalom. I had a couple of points that I wanted to point out regarding Trump, and I did a little bit of research on Biden, but it's just a few points. Like, for instance, some of the bills that he passed regarding the HBCUs and the fact that he was trying to get into law the censorship, ending censorships from YouTube and things like that, to again, with the to have freedom of speech. So even though I'm not voting, I agree that why should I vote for who's on the plantation, who's the owner of us? That's my philosophy on it. You know, either way, I'm still not free, so I'm not voting for which master I would want above me. But one of the things that I noticed that, and this will be my last point, is that a lot of our people are saying, well, don't you want the government's help? And so somehow that's supposed to be a benefit. I guess we're speaking of like food stamps, especially from the Democratic Party. And, you know, and one of the other points concerning that is, you know, what God wants us to vote. Now, I don't know what scripture that is in the Bible, but I'm noticing a lot about, you know, brown people are actually saying that God wants us to vote. So, and that's my take on it, Elder.
All right, let's look at this for a second. Right? I have something up because people don't know when they support HSBCU schools, who are they supporting? I'm asking you, sister.
Well, I know that a lot of what's happening in the HBCUs is becoming more diverse in terms of race and who's on the board and who gets special, I guess, like heads of certain, fields or whatever. So it is not specifically any more geared towards, Israelites or brown people. But however, at least you consider it. And I think that when you have people voting, that there's an ignorance to what's really happening as opposed to, like you said, the push that the media is pushing.
Well, let me show one thing because a lot of people don't know. So you got to understand how politicians work. When they say that they're supporting HSBCU schools, that would make you believe they're down with black colleges. But the real issue is this is a push strictly to get the black woman's vote. Because when you look at it, black women, and I have the article here. This article is from the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education. It's a journal. Black women students far outnumber black men at the nation's highest ranked universities. Listen, and the disparity between the two are staggering. The disparity between who actually graduates and how college really more so benefits black women to aggrandize them over the black man, it's staggering. It's really a way in which they can empower feminism to actually hold down black men. And then on top of that, this is how they do it. Let me put you on hold real quick because there's noise there. This is how they do it. Shalom. They trap both of us. They give the woman more education, and through that education, her power when it comes to finances will automatically hamstrung the man from getting power. Because by default, she's smarter, she's more educated, and that makes her more headstrong. And then on the other hand, they butt heads because why? She's the educated one. When it should be the man, the go-getter, the brains, whatever the case is. But then this is how it tricks the woman. I'm going to tell you, even though you get a grant and all that, you still have to take out some loans and all that sometimes. And what happens? It puts the black woman in debt. Even if she get a degree or whatever the case is, she leave college in debt. And 9 times out of 10, she go into a field that has nothing to do with the degree she went to school for. So now she's in debt to the system with enough knowledge and power, okay, to keep the man from ever consolidating power over her. Because why? It show you here on the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education, that they said it that way so that the woman can have the last say over men. So that's a whole nother discussion we have to have. So even, let me tell you, there's always a strategic divide and conquer in everything they promise. And that's the point I wanted to make there. They never do anything for us that benefits us long term, and to a degree where the next generation of children won't have to depend on them. They never do it. They always have some grand scheme, some sinister scheme that's going to harm us and our children long term with all of their promises, with any of their promises. Oh yeah, we giving money to HSBCUs. How's that benefiting us? And 9 times out of 10, the money you're siphoning through these schools are really bribes to pay, to pay politicians and all that. But I digress. Let's go here. Someone is on Skype waiting and been waiting for a long time. Shalom. The end time selection. Who's winning right now? You're up. 131 to 108. Man. I'll tell you what. I need to look at this closely because what Biden is running away with it, ain't it? I know. Oh, yeah, it's pretty close. 131 to 108 Biden. They're showing that right now.
I think the point still is whoever wins.
Whoever wins is the same,
we're
but
still in trouble.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's two sides play in the middle, and Jacob within the crosshairs. But let me tell you this real quick: when it comes to what's going on here, it'll be interesting to see how Trump handles either outcome. Because one thing I know about this guy, he don't like to lose. And whether or not he'll accept the loss, we'll see. But we'll follow that closely. Yeah. The end time selection, what does the election mean for you?
They say leaning Trump because of vote percentage, he's still higher and shit.
Okay, because of the vote percentages, even though the electoral votes, Joe Biden is winning in electoral votes.
So maybe when things...
But Donald Trump is getting the edge, 50.6% in the vote percentages. Okay. That's very close. All right, you're on Skype. We let you in. Talk to us. We don't know who you are. Talk to us. We don't know where you are. You're live. Okay, I guess whoever's on Skype just is there to listen. And you have anything, lawyer, you want me to keep on going?
No, sir, you keep going. But just one quick point, just as you guys were saying, the Rock was saying, regardless of who's in, we're in trouble. Case in point, you look at the debates. Both candidates are arguing on how quick they can acquire a vaccine to vaccine the population, and using the military to vaccine the population for this COVID thing. So either way, just one example to show that we're in trouble regardless of who's in there, because they're going to push this plan down our throats and shove this thing down our throats until people start to push back and resist.
Yeah. And I've seen Biden do a campaign of the lawyer where he says we're really going to have to enforce more masks, to wear more masks and make it where it's mandatory. I'm like, how is this a campaign promise? There's nothing I want. I'm like, how did this become a campaign promise? And on the other side, we're going to speed up and get this vaccine going. Hey, Elder Lawyer, let's get the scripture real quick when the Most High tells the children of Israel in the book of Samuel that we're not supposed to put another nation as king over us. Let's get that real quick.
Deuteronomy 17.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 17. Let's get it. So the reality is, I don't have a dog in the fight. I vote for the children of Israel, and I think we need to all stand together and stop anti-Israelitism. I vote for Christ. I vote for Christ, and that's who my vote is for. For Ahiah, thank him for sending his dear son to down the cross for our sins, and my vote is for the children of Israel. And through us, the whole earth can be saved. All right, we need to now become a light to the Gentiles. That's our position. We vote for Christ. Elder Lawyer, read real quick. Let's get it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Cupcake. So where do you get that name at? Cupcake says, I'm depressed. Oh, no, don't be depressed. Depressed is a spirit. Okay, you don't want to go there. You have so many things. I hate to say your name, Cupcake. To be grateful for life. You have so many things to be grateful for. Depression is a demon. Okay? Let's go. Read it.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 14. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set a king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
Say that last piece again.
Verse 15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set a king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not of thy brother.
You cannot set a king over you or a leader over you that's not for your interest, for you. Anyone you put in position will first look out for his own. That's common sense. Now, some people might ask, well, why didn't Obama look out for us? Well, because he was put in position through special interest. And whoever controlled the money controls the politician. That's it. What do you think? What do you think a lobby? Who do you think a lobbyist is? So, what do you think campaign contributions are about? So, if you're poor and you're not giving special interest money to buy politicians to do your bidding, he's not in position to do anything for you. He's just telling you what he need you to hear to get your vote. Yeah.
Just to show we haven't changed, what you just read, the Most High gave us that because we were demanding a king when all we needed was him in the first place.
Exactly. We were demanding a king.
Yep. And here it is again.
Yep.
Doing the same thing as if the Most High doesn't even exist. Going, relying on these politicians.
Yeah. And that's what I don't understand about some Christians, though. Is Christ not our king? Is he not our king? Even Christ told us, you render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and you render unto the Most High what is his. There's a separation in the Bible between church and state. Christ was a threat to the system because the Pharisees came up, and of course, they wanted to put him on trial because they claimed that he was for a kingdom that can be established after Caesar's kingdom is destroyed in 3 days. That's one of the accusations that were made against Christ that led to his crucifixion. Is the fact that it was like, you had the Pharisees saying, you are our king, Caesar. Only you are our king. You got this other guy running around saying that he can destroy your kingdom in 3 days and set up his empire. Woe to them that trust in Egypt and make of Egypt strength thereon. The reality is, who's ever in position is in position for the interest of his people. And guess what? That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. Okay? There's nothing wrong with that. What do you expect? A white man in charge in a position over a country where the vast majority, when it comes to, how they count the population, the vast majority are white people. So if he's a white man in position, he will first be for the interests of his own. There's nothing wrong with that. You can't call them racist. You can't call them racist because any individual is in his right mind is for his race first. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, let's go here. 3 318 area code. So my vote is for Christ. 318 area code. And then 513 area code. The end time selection, what does this election mean for you? Well, the floor is yours. Shalom.
Hello. My name is Alyssa, and I am from Monroe, Louisiana.
Hey, how are you?
And, say again?
I said, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm great. I'm doing fine.
Okay, bless you. The floor is yours.
Okay, so what I am doing preparing during this election day is trying to get myself prepared and my family. I see this election day as a huge distraction, matter of fact, because it's taking more and more people away from what's really important. And, you know, I've been listening to y'all ever since I was 13. I'm 18 now. And
that's something.
To be honest with you, it's really sad. It's sad and it's scary, but it's really nothing you can do about it because there's so many people that's in tune with politics. I'm not really into politics because, yeah, it's a distraction and stuff. So you see, I'm in a situation where I'm separated from my mother and my sisters. She's in Las Vegas, she's in Nevada, Las Vegas, and she attends the DLCC church led by Elder Bakar. That's his name. My cousin, Elder Bakar. And while I'm separated from her, I'm taking time to prepare myself and to submit myself to the Most High and getting in tune with the Word, because, you know, it's really bad. So down here in Louisiana, it's not as intense election. It's not as intense as the other states and stuff like that. It's kind of like calm before the storm type of thing. So it's not as intense. It's not as bad. But yeah, and you know, this state it mainly supports Trump, and it mainly supports Trump. So as of right now, I'm just preparing myself, and first I'm preparing myself, just trying to get myself together, and then preparing my family, because I have an older brother that's into the truth, but you know, me and him, we just kind of guide each other along the way. So what my mother is doing, she's working 2 jobs right now to get herself together, and she's attending the church and everything so we could be reunited together. Because,
Well, let me ask you. Oh, okay. I understand whatever situation. You don't got to dove into it, but are you living in Louisiana with your father?
No, I am in Louisiana with my grandmother and eldest brother.
Okay, and I can tell you, your parents should be proud of you. That's number one. And it's sisters like
Thank you.
Yeah. Definitely should be proud of you because you're very articulate. You got your head on straight. You believe in the Most High, and you know what I'm noticing too, sister. Never lose that. Your femininity. Okay, that's really hard to that's really hard to come by. It's going to be your jewel one day to be able. The Most High is going to be able to use you for a great young man. Never lose your femininity, because you know what? That's great, and I can tell the Most High been working with you. I mean, you've been listening to the Word since 13 years of age, and guess what? It shows. Let me ask you this, sister, real quick, right? I mean, 13 years old, brothers and sisters. Now you see why the enemy is so mad and is trying to actually shut things down and all that. Because can you imagine the next generation of Israelites who was raised to know the truth and what they'll teach their children? What we're looking at, people think freedom is breaking chains and going someplace. No, freedom is changing the mindset of our children. That's freedom. Because we're teaching them how to break the generational curse because they're growing following God's law. And they're teaching the next generation not to break God's law. That's what freedom looks like. And that's what we're hearing right now is what they fear. Because they'll never bring on a sister who life has changed, who have moved from 13 to 18 years old, following God, respect the Most High, respect her family, and guess what? She's 18 years old and out there and not talking about a hot girl summer. And all this WAP and all this other crap. Sister, I don't care. Guess what? I'm going to tell you right now. You're growing into a young adult, and guess what? You're going to be tested. Never lose, sister. I'm going to tell you this right now, what you've gained. When it comes to virtue, humility, and femininity. Because I'm telling you, I sometimes in the midst of on my phone calls, when I open up my lines during the week, and I hear sisters 30, 35, and you know what a lot of them say? I wish I knew this. I wish someone would have told me what I was learning when I was young. My life would be entirely different and I would have made better choices. So this is what I'm hearing. Yeah, sister, this is what I hear. They're calling and say, I made all these crazy choices, but I thought it was right. I was just trying to live my life and all that, sister. And sister, you're in that position. So what these sisters want you to do, sister, because they can't go back and change their life, or they would. So their life changes, and your mother's life changes, and her mistakes changes through you. The same way my father, okay, he can only do but so much with the knowledge he had. But it was up to me, when the Most High revealed the truth, to break any curse that was on my father's bloodline, to turn the curse into a blessing for my children and their children. So I'm saying this, sisters, because it's going to come to a point where you're going to be tried. We're in the hour of temptation.
Oh, yeah.
And Satan is going to try to take everything that was instilled in you from your youth. I'm going to tell you, don't give away.
That's so very true.
Don't give away your humility and your virtue for nothing. Don't give it away.
Most definitely will do.
The water, sister. So I'm going to place you on hold, all right?
All right, the water.
Are you in the bar? Brothers and sisters, I'm going to tell you this. This is why the enemy is upset. What you're hearing right now, what you hear on these broadcasts, everybody talking about the election and all that, we vote for Christ. Look what's going on. In the midst of this whole earth crumbling, people running around muzzled with masks. The Most High is breaking the curse off of the children of Israel. Check it out. This is what they were afraid of. I mean, she don't ever have to worry about a ham sandwich. All right? You know what I mean? She don't got to worry about putting down pig knuckles. None of that. Let's go. 513 area code. The truth. Shalom.
Hello.
I think that's probably one of the people that need to be sponsored there. Let me write down her phone number. Let me write down that young girl number. Hey, how you doing? Let me write down her number so I can keep her in the loop.
I'm fine. How are you, Elder?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia.
What you say?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to us.
Yes. You know, I had to call you because I have a question to ask you, and it upset me a little bit. My brother said tonight that in the book of Jeremiah, it speaks of the prophet, and then how they would speak lies, and I got immediately upset. And I said, I'm going to call because I have not heard the scripture. I asked him where it was in the book of Jeremiah, but he said it's just in Jeremiah.
Jeremiah 23.
So, and I also wanted to...
Jeremiah 23.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Jeremiah 23.
Yeah.
What does that actually mean?
Let me read it. I have heard what the prophet said, Jeremiah 23 and 25, that prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed.
Oh, that's the scripture about the dreamer, right?
Well, it's not just speaking of the dreamer, because you ever hear a preacher get on a pulpit with one scripture and start talking to the people and say, well, the Most High, well, and they come out and say, well, God gave me a word today.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll take one scripture and go.
Familiar.
Yeah, and he'll take one scripture and go off into a diatribe on a whole sermon based on some grandiose vision he claimed came from God with no precepts. With nothing in the Bible to
Right, they don't even stick with the Bible.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Where he didn't come with any verification according to the word or precepts to confirm his dream to be true, or his vision or his thought to be true. That's what that means. So it's not just talking about somebody falling asleep. It's talking about someone bringing their own ideology and their own purpose outside of the word. Got it?
Okay. Cause it just upset me because I'm already upset about the election.
Well,
even though I didn't vote.
Well, why would that upset you? That you said your father?
No, my brother.
Why would your brother? Why would that upset you that your brother say prophets prophesy lies? Why would that make you upset?
Oh, because I've been listening to you guys and I follow the scriptures.
Oh, he's talking about us.
With you guys.
Oh, your brother.
No, I thought they were speaking.
Well, your brother talking about us?
No, but I felt like he was trying to direct it toward you guys.
Yeah.
It upset me a little bit. Like, I'm upset about Trump, but...
Well, sister, listen.
I really don't know what's going to happen.
Sister, listen. Don't get upset. Number one. Number two. Somebody gonna have to come with more than that. Okay. He's gonna have to come with more than that to upset us. Hold up, before you hold up. I'm gonna allow you to do that because I know there's a little delay. That's why we talk over each other. I understand that, but I need to focus on that, right? When I read, I've heard the prophets who prophesy lies in my name, saying, "I have dreamed, I have dreamed." Right? It tells us in the same. Listen to the 27th verse, so that you'll know or prove to him what he's talking about isn't us. Which think to cause my people to forget my name. Now, how do you know that's not us? We're one of the few. We're one of the few teachers on earth that actually teach the Most High's true name. But his pastor is calling on Jesus, and there were no J's during the time of Christ. So who's really the false prophet teaching people to forget God's name? So just keep him. So when you go to Jeremiah 23 and he mentioned that, you take him there and then you take him to the 27th verse, sister, and show that this is talking about a prophet that's teaching lies and making people forget his true name. Who are they? It's your pastors in the church. Got it?
Right.
So don't get upset. Use the Bible.
I got it.
There you go. Last question, because we're digressing and I need to. What's going on? Who's winning?
Oh, it's just 209 to 118.
Okay.
Okay.
All
I
right.
wanted to ask you a question.
Come on.
I wanted to ask you, when is the church is gonna open up
Where?
in Cincinnati, Ohio?
Cincinnati, Ohio. Well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. I can write down your number and we'll.
Oh, okay.
I can write down your number and get someone to contact you. Let me have your name.
Okay. Cherie.
Cherie.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Blah. Cherie.
Cheri.
Thank you. All right. I got your name, Cherie, Ohio. We're gonna call you and we're gonna connect you with an elder. Don't worry about it. You're good.
Okay.
All right. Bless you.
Are you guys still baptizing?
Yes, we are. Elder Lawyer, give him give her the baptism email.
Yes, sir. GOCC Baptisms.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't speak to Elder Lawyer. Hello.
Someone asked, no, she's not 13. Let's make it clear. A young lady came on earlier and said that her mother was in the truth, learning this word, and she was learning under our church since the age of 13, and she's now of age. She's an 18-year-old woman. Okay? Let's make it clear. I want to put that out there because people putting stuff online and all that. I'll make it clear. We don't deal directly with minors online. Like, no. We don't do that.
Oh, I'm not a minor. Honey.
I'm not talking about, I'm not a minor, honey. No, it's okay with you, sister. I'm talking about the sister that was before you. Okay?
I'm sorry. Was that disrespectful?
It's okay, sister. It's all right. I'm talking about the person who was before you who said she was 13, but now she's presently 18. I need to emphasize that because when people put things in the chat, and someone come in later who didn't hear the dialogue, they'll start, creating, they'll start assuming things. But no, we don't interact with minors on this show. If someone 13 came up on this show or on our broadcast, we would ask where their parents. Okay? But go on.
Yes, sir. Let me add to that. If you send an email and you're a minor, you ask who your parents are. As the elder stated, we do not communicate with minors.
No, we don't do that. No. Someone say GOCC after dark. It is pretty late and I have to get up in the morning. All right, sister. Real quick, Elder Lawyer, give her the baptism email so I can get to the next call.
Yes, sir. GOCCbaptisms@gmail.com. Again, GOCCbaptisms with an S @gmail.com.
Yeah. And again,
right?
Okay. Man, we still over 3,000. Okay, we got 2,600 current viewers, so it's all good. So we're going down anyway. We'll just take a few more calls here, and I want to see the outcome. Just make sure, brothers and sisters, whichever way this goes, please do not be out there in the midst. You have people waiting to riot in front of the White House right now. And all the major metropolitan, there's bricks conveniently laid out there and all that to start fires and riot and looting all tonight. Do us a favor, brothers and sisters, and not go out there. You're going to hear people shooting in the air and all that. Some are going to be provocateurs. Some are going to be people down the street just because they mad. Because, whoever whichever side they were for lost. So please do yourself a favor and just sit back and be more so a spectator, because who knows, stuff is going to be on fire tonight. So tomorrow would have been too late for this type of broadcast. We need to get on top of it to make sure you brothers and sisters are safe and that you have alternative plans outside of these major cities if you have to, with family members or whatever the case might be, if things get totally out of hand. Okay? So I just want to put that out there. So, sister, you have the email address, right?
Yes.
Okay, sister. So we will be calling you. I have your number here, sister. You said Sharice?
Yes.
Okay, from Ohio. All right, sister. So we're gonna be getting in contact with you and to welcome you to the body. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have a nice evening.
You too, sister. Bless you. All right. 406 area code. The end time selection. What does this election mean for you?
Alright, this election means pretty much nothing. It's gonna highlight the spiritual where everybody is fitting in this world, and it's kind of crazy that a lot of us, like for whatever reason, think that we're supposed to vote Democrat when they don't like hold the values of Christ.
Well, let me ask you, brother. Just be honest. What have Democrats ever did for black people? Just name anything.
They have done absolutely nothing. It's been a mirage of like security, like they've been for us and they're not for us. And the funny thing about it is I know Esau is a certain seed, and like you think about it, got a forked tongue. So I look at it like this: Democrat is just one tip of the serpent's tongue.
Yeah, you heard what Biden said. If you don't vote for me, vote for Trump. You ain't black. So let me ask you though, because when I ask brothers and sisters like that, they have such a cognitive dissonance. When you ask them stuff, your phone is terrible, brother. I'm sorry. You can squeak it and anything going on there. But there be this cognitive dissonance going on where you ask them what exactly did any politician, predominantly we vote Democrat, what have any of them, what have they done for us? They'll look at you and say, Trump is racist. It's like so that's a shame. All the years that we've been in this process of voting for hope, all these years since the beginning, since the time in which we were given the right to vote, that we can't point to anything in specific that have actually benefited our people. That's sad.
With all their resources and understanding, which one has told us we're the Israelites?
Huh?
With all their resources and understanding, which one has told us we're the Israelites yet?
Exactly. With all the resources, understanding, finances, and ingenuity, not either of the party came out and said, well, let me be honest with you. The black people in America are the true Jews that the Bible speaks of. They're the Israelites. So it's the North American Indians and the Beliquwa Taino Indians. The people we conquered are the children of Israel with all the knowledge they have. Not once did they come out and tell the truth concerning our black people's true ethnicity as the people of the Bible. I need y'all to check that out. I'm glad you mentioned that, Elder Yoram. That's deep in of itself. Check that out. I'm going to tell you right now, folks. It is a shame that I don't think no people in this earth supported one party, one way. I'm talking about in America, the way we have. And it's a shame that we have to actually sit back and examine this, folks. I speak to my mother, I speak to others, and none of us, no one can give me an answer to why we're so dedicated to some people or a party that have never, that we cannot pull out one thing. We cannot address one thing or state one thing as fact that they have actually done for us. So I'm going to open it up the chat real quick before I take the last call. And maybe someone in the chat can put in the chat exactly what has they done, what have they done for us, the party we predominantly stand for. Name one thing they have done for us that we can say, well, okay, that's a positive. I'm waiting. One. Affirmative action. Obamacare. Okay, let's write it down. Affirmative action. Obamacare. What else? I'm waiting. Obama phone. This boy, we're running out of
Everything you name is just crumbs.
but what I'm saying though, but you would have thought, how long have we been voting? What, 1962, like?
Right.
And right now we have affirmative action, Obamacare, and Obama phone. Okay, what else?
Food stamps, no, because that.
The Civil Rights Act. Hold up, we're gonna put that up there near civil rights. We're gonna put that near affirmative action. Food stamps. Okay, now we cooking with grease.
But they give them to everybody, so you know what I mean.
Okay, what else we have here? Okay. Anything? Oh, someone says abortions. Someone said Osama bin Laden, and you know you trolling. All right, let's go down the line real quick. Let's be serious before we digress, because I have a lot to do in the morning. First of all, the civil rights movement. There was nothing positive about the civil rights movement. We was integrated into white liberalism, when now it will be others over all of our programs. Instead of before desegregation, we were our own pharmacists, our own doctors. We were our own everything. We had our own real estate, all of that. And the civil rights movement made it where they can come in and take over. And that's one and the same with affirmative action. Because when you look at affirmative action, let's examine that for a second. Affirmative action. That's a quota where a certain amount of jobs or whatever the case is would be severed out for our people. But now, under the new laws that have been shaped by Democrats, mind you, that affirmative action no longer go to black descendants of slaves. It goes to minorities and brown people, or people of color, or women, or LBGT, the LBGT group. They're now the majority of those who are benefiting from affirmative action. It doesn't mean anything for black people. We get less than 10% of affirmative action now. All right? Obamacare. That was nothing that we needed, because I've never seen black people in the hood ever complain about medical care. Our medical care in the hood has always been free. We never had to worry about paying for medical care. Why? Because the healthcare system is how they push eugenics within our neighborhoods. We didn't need to pay for it. They want us in the doctor's office so they can give us those killer poisons and pharmaceuticals, thereby leading to what? A low life expectancy. So there was never a time in which I've never seen someone in the hood T-bone on the corner talking about, man, I need health care. What? If you need to go to the free clinic, we had the free clinic. You go to the emergency room. You go to the emergency room and go get whatever done. We never had a problem with getting health care in the hood. That's part of the eugenics program, to make sure we get free health care.
I was going to say also affirmative action. You wouldn't need that if we were going through the same thing the other nations do. Like they have their own community situations where everybody, it's spread amongst themselves. So you don't need it if you already have those kind of constructive things going on in your neighborhood.
Yeah. you know what I mean? Elder Lawyer, I'm sitting there on the corner speaking with old Rollo, and he's saying, man, I gotta do something, man. I need health care. I mean, let me tell you, I've seen our brothers and sisters with all types of exotic types of health care and health gadgets and all that they've gotten from the hospital absolutely free. Growing up, you had growing up, you have a girlfriend or whatever the case is, and y'all growing up, and girls was able to go into a hospital and you sit there, you grab her arm and she got 6 rods up in her arm. The Naughty plan. How much they pay for that? You're like, yo, what you got? What's happening with your arm? They had rods up in sisters' arms. They didn't have to pay for birth control. Called the Naughty plan. Absolutely free. So don't come to me with that Obamacare stuff, because that was something we didn't need. The only thing Obamacare did was put all of us in a database, and those who choose to be in that database for what they're doing under COVID now. It was to take all of your healthcare systems and put it under one database for exactly what we're seeing now under COVID-19. That's all it was. Food stamps. Oh man, y'all, yeah, it's time to go to bed. All right. One more call, and then after that, it's bedtime. 404 area code, the last call of tonight. And Elder Lawyer, I thank you for staying up. I just wanted to make sure we're here close to the decision time. And I wanted to keep brothers up and sisters up, and I need to keep them well informed. And I beseech you, brothers and sisters, please, no matter who wins, please don't be out there in the nonsense. And if you have children that you know are of, teenagers who's chopping at the bit to be out there to get free stuff because they know people are going to be breaking in, setting things on fire, please talk to your children before they go out there. Please. You don't want your children to go out and not return. Okay? You don't want them to go out there only not to return because they don't realize, the environment. This isn't a game. Please. 404 area code. Please make sure your family isn't out there.
Shalom.
Shalom. Last call. Last call of the night. You're live.
Shalom, Elder Bakar. I'm a GOCC member of Body of Atlanta. My name is Brother Ohio, and I'm glad that I finally am able to get through. The reason why I'm calling to talk about this election, what I see going on is, in my opinion, a high level of witchcraft on the Democratic side. The fact that the people cannot see how they haven't contributed to anything, any of our causes, they pretty much have allowed us to destroy ourselves, and they gave us the freedom to do that. I see the Republican side as being more morally based, even though they probably don't follow the principles. They still are more
moral, in my opinion, than the Democratic side.
Yeah.
So I remember when they was doing like the holograms and all that stuff on CNN and all that. Like it seems like it's a bunch of like mind control with them, like a lot. Like my mom, I can't talk her out of being a Democrat, no matter what. It's like they got those folks so entangled. So it's like I don't know. It just seems like it's a real high spiritual war, just like, of course, just like the scriptures say. And that's what I see. I see just a bunch of lost people that have just like you said, they have no idea why they're even out there. They have no idea what to ask for. They have no idea what their cause is. They're just out there, just for free stuff, I guess. And the other thing I wanted to say about Ice Cube is I commend what he's doing, and I feel like we should all get behind him. And I also feel like he should add child support reform to that bill, because I feel like that's another thing that has been crippling us as black men. I just feel like that's another tool that they use to be able to lock us up, to prohibit you from getting certain licenses, and a lot of different stuff like that. So I feel like that's one thing that he should add to that bill also. And I also got one more thing I wanted to say.
Go on.
I have a book that I wanted to send you.
Okay.
And I was wondering if you could give me a address or something for me to send it to. I think you'll
absolutely right.
I think you'll probably end up making it a lesson.
Okay. You think I'll end up doing what?
I think you'll probably end up making it a lesson after you see what it is.
Okay. Well, don't let the cat out of the bag. Put this down.
I don't want to. That's why I want you. I want to get it to you, and then I want you to see it, and I want you to, go through it, and then you'll be like, wow.
Thank you. All right, do this. You can send it to Gathering of Christ Church. Right? And that's 2000 Hamilton Street. 2000 Hamilton Street.
Okay.
Box 946. That's Philadelphia, PA.
Okay.
Philadelphia, PA 19130.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. And you can put you could put my name care of
I'm sorry, go ahead.
care of in parentheses Richard Shepherd. That's SHEPPARD. Okay.
And you said what's the first part?
Care
What's the first part?
Care of Richard Shepherd. SHEPPARD.
Care of
Richard Shepherd. SHEPPARD. Okay. Now I'm going to place you on hold.
And I also have my number there, and I would like to talk to you off the record if it's possible. Also.
No problem.
If you had mind.
Okay. Where you live? Where you live again, brother?
Right now I'm in Atlanta. I'm originally from Ohio.
Okay.
But I'm right now I live in Atlanta.
Okay, and give me your name once more. I just gonna make sure I have it written down so I don't forget it.
They call me Brother Ohio.
Brother Ohio. There you go. All right, brother. I'll call you up. I have a lot to do early in the morning, so I may not be able to give you a call until Friday, but I will call you. All right.
Okay, that's cool. I know, I understand, and I wanted to say I appreciate you and your lawyer. I've been a GOCC follower for since 2009. I remember when Laura had the braids and all that. So I've been watching for a long time.
Well, brother,
I just want to say,
go ahead.
To the Most High, and I really appreciate you guys, all of y'all. God
you, lawyer, your rock, everybody that's involved, the whole family. Blessings to everybody.
Thank you. I tell you what, the Most High put together all throughout the earth. When I think about Azan, when I think about the brothers in Cleveland, when they think about Azan in Dallas, I mean, what a brother. I'm just talking about everywhere. Ramar, the Most High put together a serious Iraq. I mean, just the whole thing when it comes to the men that were set up to do this work. He put together some good people for this time. Speaking of, in particular, elders and deacons that are over specific areas. And brother, it's time for you to come in. You've been watching for a long time. Now it's time for you to bring your break. All right? And this checks in, Elder Lawyer. What's checks in? You got it. Just in before we end the broadcast. As you can see, just in. Here's a watch. Protesters square off with police in D.C. as large crowd gather near the White House. Folks, this is, they're posturing for war here. I'm sorry if you're on the line. We can pick it up the next time for our next broadcast. I'm going to end Blog Talk real quick, and I thank you all for holding and participating. The calls were great. Thank you this evening. The calls were absolutely wonderful. I appreciate you. Here it is. Here it is, folks. Footage of Washington, D.C. shows black-clad protesters already beginning to clash with police, despite election results still not being known for most of the nation. Look at this, folks. A strategic standoff. I need you all to see this. Look where this is going, folks. Look where this is going. We told you. Here it is. Police are shown trying to form a line with their bicycles and yelling at protesters to back up. Some protesters are seen pushing at the bikes and yelling at police. I thank you, Ramar. This is just in right now, real-time reporting here. A large crowd gathered in front of the White House as people across the U.S. Guess what, folks? All these organized shootings and all that was to make it so that we're at this point in apex, and which it can overflow into the government led by a president, the president, employing, you got it, martial law against civilians, starting with the black ones. Here it is. All these people need to go home somewhere. Look at this foolishness. Talking about Black Lives Matter and all them girls and probably aborted children and everything.
She was saying painted faces, and some of them feel like that. You forget, also they had a bank robbery where this guy had a mask that looked just like a black man's face, but they found out it was a white guy later that did the bank robbery.
Yeah, they had a black guy a lot of them wearing black faces.
No, but they have like masks that are so detailed now.
It looks like black
people. You
people.
think it's us doing something, it's somebody
Yeah.
else.
These people out of their mind. The devil got them out there. Hey, protect your lives. Protect your children. Keep your eye on the prize, and folks, keep yourselves in the hour of temptation. Elder Lawyer, I thank you, bless you, and brothers and sisters, as the time grow near, you must pull closer with the work, with the church. You must pull closer. You're going to find out at the end of the day, we are all we have in this world of chaos. It's time to link in. Repent for our sins before the keg blows. The keg is Babylon, and it's going down right now. But in the midst of that, you know what it is. Ahia is calling back Israel. Sure.
The east is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. At gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, who was gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. I am gathering Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico,